And we are live with NashvilleLou Live. Warsaken Blitz. Streamers versus Legion Hit List 2. There's a month-long competition going on. People are trying to take out the top streamers in Warsaken Blitz. That includes me. Of opportunities here in just a moment. We're going to have the queue set up like normal, but there will be priority given for anyone involved in the competition that hasn't beaten me, that hasn't played me yet in that day. That's the idea I'm going with this. First, I will show off the Warsaken prize wheel, presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So it's an exciting day coming up here for Warsaken with set 2, the beginning of that era approaching. So what I have here is going to become less and less easy to obtain over time. So get it while you can. You can get it by beating me here live on stream. That includes matches for Streamers vs. Legion. You're in it as well. The loot pack, Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. That thing has made it all the way to August. Can you believe that? Somebody's going to win it at some point. 3 epics. Got some new selections in there with the ultra rares. Gave some of the others away last time. Super rares. And then down to the very rares. So fresh and some returning favorites here on the wheel. But let's get to the action, because that's where the demand's going to be. People wanting to play me, trying to beat me, check me off of their checklist. We'll go over that full list in just a little bit as far as the other streamers. All right. So I'll bring down the slate. I'll give a look here at the list. All right, so Andrew, you'll be up first. I need to make sure, though, I have to make sure I have everybody's Discord name, and I have to write that down here. That's one extra piece of information I have to include. I normally keep track of all this stuff anyway, but I have to make sure of it here. So this is going to take me, it's going to be a little bit more unwieldy between matches in all likelihood, but it'll be worth it because this is going to be a fun competition here. So we'll be ready to, it's just ! Join. Here we go. I'll type this again. The queue is listed there on that left side. Hey, Rexy, what's going on? Greetings and welcome to everybody. So we'll get connected here in just a second with Andrew H. Andrew, I need to make sure I have your Discord name. Make sure I get that. I'll be asking that of everybody if you're going to be part of the Streamers vs. Legion competition. You don't have to be part of the competition to play me, but I'm going to give it my full effort to give everybody involved with that as many chances as is feasible to face me. But with that preference, that extra deference being given to one per day as far as any sort of special treatment. At some point, I will have to stop with these streams just to let my voice rest. All right. I'm ready if you have a connect code. Thank you, Andrew. That's what I have to ask, is people's names sometimes what they have here and what's on Discord is slightly different. And I just have to make sure I know. And by asking this, I presume that you are part of the Streamers vs. Legion competition. You don't have to be. But if you are, I definitely want to make sure that I'm clear about that as well. Trying to think through how I was going to handle this. Thank you. All right, I've got the connect code from Andrew. We'll get connected and start playing here right now. This should be a lot of fun. All right, so Andrew H., my first opponent here for this broadcast and for the month of August. So with Warsaken Blitz, remember you start with a leader card, 4 territories, and then you're dealt 8 cards from a deck of 60. That deck of 60 is known as your arsenal. Oh, this is a great draw. 3 two-of-a-kinds there. Keep. Moonbaz Marty, hello. It will be interesting at, I think it's a little less than 6 hours from right now is when a big update is coming to Warsaken Blitz. They're getting ready for set 2. If you're wanting to buy any packs from the Warsaken store that have set 1 cards in them, time is a-ticking. Do it now. If you're going to, because I assume that option won't be there. 2 of a kind. Force cards there for my opponent, Andrew H. 3 actions still to go for the turn. So it's 2 of a kind Force, 2 of a kind Intel, 1 action to go for the turn. Yeah, 6 hours. That's, I mean, now I may go a little longer just to see what happens. But if they need some time to get things ready, my idea with this feed is to showcase the game when it's good to go. I don't want anything to look bad. So any sort of change sometimes can have some challenges with it. But going to have as much fun with it as we can here. So got quite a bit here, option-wise. Can't play 3 of a kind building yet with nothing in my discard pile. So we'll go 2 of a kind Force with a dropship. 3 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. 2 of a kind A7X. Force. And then we'll go Planted Device Intel. 2 of a kind. That's it for my turn. Now it's risky doing that staring down at 2 of a kind Intel because that could easily be brought in for the haircut. 1 off the top of each, but there's 3. So it depends though if there's another one of those cards that was drawn there, if it's among the 44, if those other 2 cards to make 3 of a kind are hiding in there. Greetings and welcome to everybody. If you don't already, please follow me here on Twitch. I'm getting closer and closer to 500 followers. I appreciate that greatly. Hello, Gabix. Got you in the queue here. The queue can only go so far as on screen, but I'll get to as many people as I can. Again, this will be about 6 hours as I estimate it now because 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 0000 UTC, is when a big changeover is slated to happen as I understand it with Warsaken. More information about that's available in the Warsaken Discord. My turn. 1. Well, nothing makes 3 of a kind that I can play. I mean, I could put 1 building card out there now, but that's, again, when you get in the way of your own 4th spot in your war zone, sometimes you're asking for trouble. I'm going to pass up that action and end the turn. Warsaken Blitz, Streamers vs. Legion, Hit List 2. Its month-long competition is underway. Myself and some of the other most prominent Warsaken Blitz streamers be taking on the Legion. People are trying to beat the various streamers. I'll make myself as available as I can for people wanting to challenge me. But again, I'll only give that preference like 1 per day. I guess if I beat you already once in a day, no special preference per se. But I'll do my best to be accommodating to everybody. There's a 5. Oh my goodness. An abundance of cards, but they're all 2 of a kind. The only 3 of a kind again. Well, if I get hit with an Intel, at least I've got some backup here for it. Oh, but it hurts to have 5 actions and not use any of them. And yet that's what I'm going to do. Oof. A roll of 6. So again, this is part of this month's Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 event. I wasn't sure what I could and couldn't talk about with it, so I didn't play it up much ahead of time. But if you have any questions, you want more information, let's go to the Discord page for Warsaken. There's some great people there. It's a wonderful community. 3 of a kind Force. That'll take out one of my territories. Remember, if you run out of territories, you hit 0 here in Blitz. At that point, you get a compromised leader. Just like if you hit 0 cards in your arsenal, or your morale hits 0. Morale won't happen very often, but sometimes you'll run into a morale deck. 3 actions still to go here for Andrew H., my opponent. 2 p.m. Eastern time for me is a pretty good start time with my schedule for the most part. There's always stuff that's going to come up potentially. 3 of a kind weather means an extra turn here for my opponent. 2 actions still to go for this turn. Here's the extra turn. 6. Oh my. And remember, these aren't just matches for Streamer versus Legion. It's anybody that wants to play. Let's get in the queue. But again, preference will be given as much as possible people in the competition who haven't played on that particular day. 3 of a kind force. That's going to take me down to 2 territories remaining. If there's 3 of a kind WMD waiting behind that, I'll have a compromised leader. That's how precarious the spot is right now. But that's a big if. 3 actions still to go here for my opponent. NashvilleLou.com/clips. It's a third-party site that organizes it better than I could, trying to reinvent the wheel as far as my all-time most popular clips here on Twitch. 3 actions to go here for my opponent. Taking on Andrew H. Welcome everybody from the Warsaken Discord by taking part in the Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 event. 1. It's been that kind of match for me. Wow. All of this, and yet nothing. So I'll pass up the action in the turn. Hello, Tech. Roll of 2 here for Andrew. Of course, Andrew H. mentioned in chat, originally being from Portland, Tennessee, so not too far from where I am. Greater Nashville area here. 2 of a kind force with a Barracuda in the turn. For my opponent, my turn. Let's see what happens now. 2. Incredible. Wow. This is unusual. This is very unusual. And yet here we go with it. Hide hand in turn. So I'm in it's a tough spot. Look at that, 6. Maybe I can go crazy with some intel. Maybe mill the deck down, do something bizarre. No chance of that. This is a tough spot because Andrew's got 3 of a kind WMD. The question is, would he wait another turn? How long do you wait? Wait now, hoping to get 3 of a kind WMD so you can just do the knockout. Because if you do like 3 of a kind with one of the forces, I'm down to 1. If the next turn, then you get that WMD, it doesn't quite have the same effect. You can regret having played that force. That would have been, could have saved yourself those turns for something else. But it's easy to second guess yourself. 3 of a kind intel. Well, I can finally put those building cards to use possibly, unless you're going to mill my, well, even if you milled my arsenal, that's the term for sending 6 cards from the top of my deck to the discard pile. I'm guessing 1 off the top of each here, though. Because here's the thing, even if I roll like a high number and I can go back and get those, I'm still using actions to go get them, to play the building cards, and have to play them again. And so there's all that. Natha, hello! Hola. And so that was the smart play there. 1 off the top of each for my war zone. 3 actions to go here for Andrew. It's all 4 of a kind in this deck. I'm not trying to do any sort of extra difficult. You can have decks that only have 3 of a kind. I tried that at the very beginning. I got some bad advice. Learned quickly not to do that. 3 of a kind weather means an extra turn for my opponent. Tissues, hello. Greetings and welcome, everybody. So again, this is part of the Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 event. I'll accommodate as many people as I can. There's a bit of a hard out today, though, with the 8 p.m. Eastern 0000 UTC. There's a roll of 4 here for the extra turn for Andrew. Again, if there's a WMD that's played here and then 3 of a kind for the Force, that would be the match, and I wouldn't get another roll of the die. It's entirely possible. Maybe there's not any WMDs in that deck. I simply don't know. There's 3 of a kind 4, so I'll be down to 1 territory. Song attribution information, NashvilleLou.com/music, 3 of a kind 4, some of a compromised leader. Wow. And yet, I've been in the opposite end of this and had somebody come back to beat me. I think it was Moonbaz Marty did that. So it's possible, but it's not likely here. This has just not been a good one for me with the RNG in this match. And this sort of match is why I'm so happy that most tournaments, or all tournaments I know of for Warsaken Blitz, are at least 2 out of 3 matches for each round. So in case you're running just some really bad luck on the roll of the die, you're not just one and done. There's a 4, so okay. Let's at least take out a territory. Try and save some face.
Select target.
Yeah, we got the harbor. Do a pullback here and end the turn. This will probably be the last roll for me for this match. All my opponent needs is 3 of a kind to beat me. Force, 3 of a kind, to be specific. So if Andrew H beats me, that would be the first person in the Streamers vs. Legion competition here for August to beat me. There's a roll of 2. If there's a 3rd Barracuda, that's the match. Otherwise, I'm just going to be just in a very bad spot, but not entirely out yet. At this point, WMDs would do no good for Andrew H. Because I already have a compromised leader. The only thing that takes out a compromised leader, of course, is 3 of a kind Force. And the WMD's powerful, but there are some checks to it, which is a good thing. 2 of a kind weather, so I'm surprised I got this roll of the die here. I didn't think I was going to make it to this point. Let's see, it's a 2. Oh, now I've got 2 of a kind WMD. I mean, I don't think putting that out there is smart, though. For the guard towers. All right. That's probably going to be it here. Let's see. All that Andrew needs is 3 of a kind Force to beat me. There's a 6. This should be the match here. Only 10 cards left in the arsenal up there for Andrew H. There it is. The slow roll to the 3 of a kind. The Barracuda. That's the match. All right, congratulations. Andrew H. victorious. All right, thank you, Cammy Reaper. We'll get to that match here in just a moment. I will have to make sure I make a note of this for everybody. So if you could, please, Cammy Reaper, let me know what your Discord name is. Some people have names that are the same, like I do, but some people it's slightly different. For some people, it's very different. So there's all that. So, okay, so... But loss... The Legion leads me 1-0. I'm keeping track of this for my own purposes here. I keep track of everything with this, just keep records of it and have all that taken care of. Okay, thank you. So the same name there, Cammy Reaper. I appreciate that. So Andrew H., we're going to get your giveaway here in just a moment. And today, there's the brand new for Warsaken, the wheel spins. And with that in mind, I'm trying to think how I'm going to do the phrasing on this. I'll bring the slate up for a second. Because it's a prize wheel that I have. But I think if I try to avoid using the word spin, I'll manage to hopefully avoid confusion on that. Should be fairly straightforward, but in case there's any problems, it's something I have at least put some thought into. All right. So here we go. The Warsaken prize wheel, presented in part by my Land and Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So let's take a look at what we have over here. 50 different entries here on the wheel. Let me grab the thing for the mouse here. So we got the loot pack up there. And these set 1 cards, they're not going to become more and more frequently available. It's the opposite on that. So get them while you can. The Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. I was joking before that it's set up a residency here, but it's run. The lease might be up on August 1st. We'll see. Will somebody win this? 3 epics, 10 ultra rares, super rares, and then some very rares as well. So you're going to get something nice. Hopefully something you'll like here. So I'm going to give it several shuffles and give it a spin. Good luck, Andrew. Taking on Cammy Reaper up next. Exclamation point join to enter chat. All right, congratulations. Super rare B6 Rabid Beast number 445. This is going to be just a little bit slower as far as my one person to the next. As much as it drives me crazy and the TV consultants still ringing in my head from years in that business, try and keep it going quickly. So including some, let's see, so we have the B6, including a special NashvilleLou giveaway, along with these, a floppy disk, the home version of NashvilleLou Live. I think I made for fun, but this is a nice little way for people that beat me there in the Streamers vs. Legion battle. They'll help me keep track of some stuff as well. So I'll be getting 2 things with this, the Rabid Beast and then the promotional gimmick. Make sure I have the right one here, number 445, and I do. All right. I have to make sure I bring over, I've got the wax address for you here, Andrew, stuff that you provided for me. And I'll put NashvilleLou Live. Streamers vs. Legion. And I'll put today's date. I'm not sure if I can use that. Maybe I have to put a dash instead of that. I'm not sure. Sometimes the memo gets weird with the character section. I don't know if I can put a comma. I'll try with a comma. I can put a period on there, so I can probably put a comma. It shouldn't really matter. Anyway, they're getting the prize sent to you is the important part. So that, along with the promotional floppy disk image for NashvilleLou Live. A little special reward for beating me here in Streamers vs. Legion. Getting that sent out right now. We'll show off that B6 Rabid Beast here in just a moment, here live on stream, then get to that next match. Congrats on the win. All right. All right. Whoa, no! The music got messed up. Oh, no! Okay, well. We'll take it from the top with the music. Oh, I forgot to switch the music out. It figures. Anyway. Everybody else like, what are you talking about, Lou? Okay. There it is. Let's celebrate the congratulations, Andrew. Victorious gets the B6 Rabid Beast. It's camo. One of only 500. Remember these set 1 cards. We have these for now. Looking forward to set 2 soon, but this one, get them while you can. You won this one. Congratulations, Andrew H. on the victory. You beat me in the Streamers vs. Legion hit list too. I'll make sure it's duly noted. So I'm down 1-0 on the heads up thus far. All right, congratulations, Andrew, on that. Cammy Reaper, you're up next. Got the code from you already. We'll get connected and get started here in just a moment. All right, DKRIN007, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate it greatly. Getting close to 500. Love to hit that on stream. Thank you. I think it maybe reply to the notification thing and not you. Go Balls. Big season for Tennessee football coming up. American football season is almost here, so my free time, again, this is like from the NFL draft until this point is when I was really focused on Warsaken Blitz, and it's proven to be worth my time, so it'll just be a little bit of scheduling here and there during American football season, but that's just how it goes, life as a sports broadcaster and somebody who runs an NFL draft website. What, 20 years now, can you believe that? All right, so anyway, back here to the Connect screen. Remember, they're about to have a big update here with Warsaken at 8 p.m. Eastern, 00 UTC. Now I need to scroll back up because I managed to go past the code that I got there from Cammy Reaper. I'll be taking a break at some point past 40 past the hour. Working these hourly breaks that really makes a big difference for me from neck issues. Sitting in the same place for too long can cause me problems.
Warsaken.
Like, I'm a bit, like when it comes to college football, I was at the University of Evansville back in 1997. I got to call some of those games for what proved to be the last season of Evansville football. They dropped the team. And there was no warning ahead of time it was going to happen either. That was not fun, so I'm a bit of a college football agnostic to that end. But I'm fascinated by it. It's a fantastic sport. But people that don't understand the way college sports work in the U.S., I think international people they get perplexed by it. Understandably so, because it is a weird system. Okay, 2-of-a-kind intel's good, but I'm going to take a mulligan here. There's some risk when you do that, but 2-of-a-kind weather, I feel good about this. Gabe, there's a risk with that second mulligan. You don't know what you're going to get, and you're stuck with it, and you give your opponent an extra card. That's the way it works. All right, so taking on Cammy Reaper. Here in the Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 competition. It's a month-long competition. Members of the Legion, people that in the Warsaken Discord, other players. There's a roll of 6 to start things off there for Cammy Reaper. Which I still have my prize wheel, giving away prizes to people who beat me here. So you don't have to be involved in the competition to play me. Also got booster packs. I'm giving away 1 an hour. On the other side of the break in this hour, I'm giving away a Warsaken booster pack. Set 2. It'll be here soon. If you want to buy any packs of Set 1 stuff in the Warsaken store, you better do it soon. Roll of 3 here. 3 actions to go. I guess with the weather, that was the extra turn. 3-of-a-kind force. Strong start here for Cammy Reaper. That takes me down to 3 territories. Hello, Zeldris. One. Well, okay. Play a Jax Nash. NashvilleLou. Of course I'm going to have a Nash in here. Jax Nash the Courier. Use your ninja skills to make this delivery, pal. Roll 2. So the queue is long at the moment, but I'm going to go with this until 8 p.m. Eastern, because there's a big update to the game coming when 0000 UTC hits. Roll a 5. Okay, nothing to make 3-of-a-kind. I'll play the second Jax Nash. 3 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. 2-of-a-kind weather, the lasting blizzard. Remember with Blitz being the simplified version of Warsaken, it's the categories that matter. Because in functionality-wise, they all do the same thing by category. 3-of-a-kind force will take out an opponent's territory or an opponent's compromised leader. 2 actions to go for the turn. Let's put it out there. 2-of-a-kind intel, time detonation. So while that might look like a force card at a glance with the explosion, it's actually intel. And that insignia, that emblem, is how you know. Like there's a star for the leader card. There's a pinpoint, like if you're pulling up something on Google Maps. MapQuest. Roll a 6. 2-of-a-kind WMD. A third would take out 2 of my 3 remaining territories. There's 3. 1 short on that intel. Although it would have been tough to justify using 2-of-a-kind intel against WMD out there like that. Well, look at that. 3-of-a-kind force. Cammy Reaper's not joking around here.
Compromised.
That's it for the turn. 3. Here we go again. Reminds me of the match against Andrew H. Although worse, because I don't have 2-of-a-kind stuff to give me any sort of false hope. 3 actions, and I can't use any of them unless I want to fill up that 4th spot in my war zone, and I don't. So, end turn. It's a roll of 1. No play. My turn. Reminder, tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Depth Charge 1 is the name of the next tournament from Blue Mint for Warsaken Blitz. So that's tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll have my matches here live on NashvilleLou Live. I'll do some sort of broadcast with the Legion vs. Streamers Hit List 2 tournament on one side and or the other of that, depending on a few factors. Speaking of factors, non-factor. Nothing makes 3-of-a-kind here. Brutal. Just brutal. Cammy Reaper with a chance to beat me without having a single territory taken out. 5. Thank you. I've been in sports broadcasting a long time. When I worked in TV news, the opportunities were behind the scenes. There's 3-of-a-kind force. I'm here telling you my resume. Well, I take a solid beatdown. Congratulations, Cammy Reaper, victorious. All right, so we'll go to the prize wheel here in just a second. Find out what you won. I'll go ahead and hit next to advance the queue. We will get one more match in before the break since it's 36 past the hour now, so stand by on that, as next we're going to have this trip to the prize wheel. We'll find out what Cammy Reaper won besides victory now. So I'm now 0-2 against the Legion thus far, but loss in all caps, loss. So it's 2-0 Legion at this point. And Cammy Reaper, let me see. I do have to. I made a special file for the streamers versus Legion, so look over. I know that it's on screen sometimes with people's wax addresses, but that doesn't always match with where they want it. Pikachu, you know what? If you need a break, I'm gonna be close to 40 minutes anyway. Go ahead and take your break. No, go ahead. Let's do that. I'll get my break in now because it's close. Because inevitably, I'll say I'll just do one more, and there'll be like a 25-minute intel match, and I'll be surly. But not at you, but at myself for not planning better. So I've got to give a giveaway. And can do the break in between. All right. Now let's go over to the Warsaken prize wheel, presented in part by my Land and Alien Worlds, Neary 3616. When you mine there, if you play Alien Worlds, please check it out. When you mine there, you help me out as far as supporting me here with what I do on NashvilleLou Live. So we'll take the super rare card that Andrew H won. That's off the list. Let's sort it and go through it. A lot of good stuff up here. 3 epics, 3 different epic cards, loot pack. And these set 1 cards are just going to become increasingly scarce. The super rares, Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. How long can that one last up there? All the way into August. It's had quite the run. The ultra rares, the very rares. And again, later in this hour, on the other side of the break, I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. Get those packs while you can, friends. All right, so I sorted it. Let's give it several shuffles. Here's the spin. Good luck to you, Cammy Reaper. All right, congratulations. The super rare planted device number 465. Congrats. So I'll send that in the... Giving away a NashvilleLou floppy disc image for people that beat me in these streamers versus Legion matches. A little extra to go with that. So it would help if I sent you the proper item now, wouldn't it? And to do that, I'll just type it in. So we'll take a break after this. On the other side of that break, maybe about 5-minute break, give or take. On the other side of that, we're going to give away the first Warsaken booster pack of the day. Didn't want to pull up the right list there at first. There we go. All right. All right, so Cammy Reaper, I've got the tctom.c.wham address for you here. Make sure I note this, and also make sure I note the... Again, this is going to be slightly slower than I'm normally able to do things. I try to be fast about it, but as I've noted before, there's a reason most game shows aren't live. But you can do so much that was never possible before with live streaming. And I've harped on this quite a bit, but in a positive way. I hope that's clear. It's amazing what's possible now. The novelty still hasn't worn off for me. It helps if I actually send the prize. Let's see. Okay. Whoa, that's not what I wanted to see. What is that business? Fishing website. What are you telling me there, Surfshark? Don't give me false information like that. Okay, what just happened there? Oh my. For some reason, sometimes Surfshark gives a few false positives for sites that I know are legit. But anyway, all in the name of safety, right? Anyway, let's get to the good news. Congratulations. B6 Rabid Beast. Oh, that was the price from before. This is how off I am. Let me throw the slate back up. My goodness. Okay. I was like, this isn't right. There's like a horrible feeling that hit me. Oh, it completely crashed out the, let's hope it reboots. We're gonna have some, hang on here. Oh my goodness. Just disable Surfshark on notifications on this. Okay, well, the good news is that it appears to all be still in there. Aside from the prize that was just given away. So give me a second. Oh my goodness. Always something with this stuff. The technical stuff just bites me. Ugh. And then, as if on cue, the computer with the noisy fan gets noisy again. They got the compressed air out later. Oh my. Okay, so it's the super rare planted device number 465. I'm going to manually remove this from the wheel since they decided to mess up on me. So we know that's the prize. I don't know why the B6 was open there. That's what we need. I just need to refresh this screen. Probably didn't send yet. That's the problem. Oh my. Normally I try to be much more on top. It threw me off so much when I got that false positive warning that popped up. Just freaked me out. Okay. I really do need a break now. Glad that 10-minute break's coming up. That actually was a blessing in disguise as it turned out. So NashvilleLou prize. Streamers versus Legion. Today's date. Get it sent first. But there's a twofold value in the way that I do this, which wasn't, the system kind of just happened this way. But it both shows that I, in fact, did send out the prize that I said I sent. But then on top of that, also gives me a chance to spotlight it. And there's some great artwork in Warsaken to spotlight. Exclamation point join if you want to enter the queue. I have a break on the other side of that break. Be giving away a Warsaken booster pack. But it freaked me out for a second. I was like, that wasn't the right address. And the reason it wasn't the right address is because it was the prize that was sent out before. So ultimately, the right prize went to the correct place. There we go. Congratulations, Cammy Reaper. There it is, that planted device, super rare. Mint number 465. Get them while you can with a set 1. Set 2 is almost here. Can't wait to see what's coming with that. A lot coming at the start of the next day, UTC, so 8 p.m. Eastern time. I'll likely be with you till then, and then we'll see from there how we're going to make it work. All right. As I mute myself as opposed to bringing the slate up like I was trying to do. All right. Well, I got the connect code, so we'll get that going on the other side of the break here. Taking a break right now. About 5 minutes on the other side of that, giving away a Warsaken booster pack. Set 2 is almost here. It's August. It's Streamers versus Legion hit list 2. The Legion strikes again, and they've struck thus far. I'm 0-2 against the Legion. More competition just ahead. Stay tuned. NashvilleLou live playing Warsaken Blitz. All right, coming back from break. Go ahead and type !Warsaken. Type that in chat now if you'd like to enter the giveaway for the booster pack. Bring that up in the proper order. There's the booster pack I'm giving away. Many thanks to Warsaken for providing me with these packs to give away here live on stream. It's kind of my reward for people that stick around through the break. Give them something on the other side. And these Warsaken booster packs, the 18 cards. So you're going to have some nice selections in there. And again, I appreciate very much the opportunity to get these away here live on stream. As I've noted before, that's something, a part of the process, the giveaways, that I've enjoyed a lot more than I anticipated. It's been great. Anyway, go ahead and type Warsaken or exclamation mark, Warsaken in chat. I probably should include that there in the instructions in chat. I know with some people they use Google Translate. So I try to keep that in mind as far as information goes. There are people all around the world that love Warsaken. Not everybody speaks English. And it's usually somebody that knows more languages than I do in these situations. All right, so one more chance here. It's just a few names in there. It's easy to get in. Warsaken. All right, well, it's going to be one of y'all four right here. Let's go with it. Let's go. So it's NashvilleLou giveaway time. This Warsaken booster pack. Some of the names double up. It won't let you put them in. It makes them. It chooses the order for you with this. It's a minor miracle that I got this to work anyway. It uses had to find Adobe Air, which Adobe no longer offers, and you try and figure out SWF files. But so anyway, that's one of the things I can't control where it doubles names up in there. But somebody's gonna win something here. Who's it gonna be? Gabix, congratulations. All right, congrats, Gabix. All right. Let me check something up here. And Gabix, do you want to go to the Gabix Strike 35? Yep, that's the one. Great, thank you. All right, thank you, Gabix. I'll be sending that to you right now. This Warsaken booster pack. Again, big things are coming for Warsaken as of 00 UTC, 8 p.m. Eastern. So for anybody who's contemplating buying some set one packs from the Warsaken store, time is running out on that. All right, so let me get the transfer going with this booster pack. Note that it's a NashvilleLou live prize giveaway. Like I said, it's redundant. NashvilleLou live prize. Or actually, it really is a giveaway. I mean, just... yeah, I'll put today's date. And we're going to send that to you right now, Gabix. Congratulations. And we'll be on to their next match here in just a moment. This is Streamers versus Legion 2. I wasn't part of the first one, so there's been a little bit of learning for me as far as how this works, but it's very straightforward. Okay, so, got that. So you're lagging? Gabix won. Gabix the winner. I have to make sure I've got to find a better way at some point with the way I do the technical stuff with this. But it's like going through and making sure I have the right full screen for when I go back to the be right back screen in the next hour. We're giving away another Warsaken booster pack in the next hour. So be looking forward to that. All right. So I've got the code. Let's see what I can get to copy over from Pio Treku 11. Again, I need to know Discord names. I don't have the information for you there, but I'll go ahead. We got the connect information, so we'll get going with that. But I really have to get this information from y'all, so I'm going to be more adamant about that going forward. I mean, I have to, that's a requirement. I have to get your Discord name, and I have to get, I mean, if you want the prizes or whatever your, whatever address you want for wax. But it's a lot of fun with this. So I've got the connect code. So I'm 0-2 thus far. Let's see if Night Vision Ziana can help me break out of this slump here. So it's a bit of a wait now in the queue. But I'll get to everybody as best I can between now and 8 p.m. Eastern. And it's a hard out. It's not an artificial hard out. It's just there's going to be a big update coming to Warsaken Blitz. Or Warsaken the game. Blitz is a simplified version, of course, of Warsaken. 2-of-a-kind weather. I'll keep it. It's such a risk. If you pass up a 2-of-a-kind to use a mulligan, those mulligans, they can be really helpful, but they can also be very tempting in a bad way if you have at least a halfway decent hand, at least in my experience. The party started at Warsaken. I knew that was coming up soon as well. Again, I reiterate how great the people have been in Warsaken's Discord. Just a fantastic community there. So I'm waiting on my opponent to choose the 8 cards to begin with. We'll get started. But I'll have to ask for everybody that you give me your, when the time comes to play, you give me your Discord username. So roll of 1 here for my opponent. We got to go first. Of course, the game randomly chooses which player goes first, the way it works in Blitz. So it's a roll of 2 to start things off. And we'll go 2-of-a-kind weather. Blinding sandstorm. That's it for my turn. They've given away 1 booster pack already. Gavix, that should have arrived to you by now. If for some reason it hasn't, please let me know, but actually I'm going to check on that right now because we're double checking yes, and it shows it as having arrived, so congrats again on that. Again, on the other side of the break in the next hour, there's a 6. Talk about a break. Got a break with a nice roll, but nothing to make 3-of-a-kind. There's that. And sometimes the all green or mostly green night vision deck that I have can give me some false hope on certain things. 2-of-a-kind Black Blade, Horse cards, 4 actions to go, 2 spots open in my war zone. I'm not going to put the WMDs out there in partial form. That's just asking for an intel to get played. Go 2-of-a-kind B6 Rabid Beast. And while I could play another 2-of-a-kind, that would fill up the 4th spot in my war zone. I prefer keeping that open. So I'm going to pass it the last 2 actions and end the turn. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Revved up in a second hour with Warsaken Blitz streamers versus Legion Hit List 2. This is a month-long competition. Members of the Legion, loyal fans, players in Warsaken, people in the Discord channel, try and beat all the top Warsaken streamers. Already had 2 people beat me for it. And again, I want to make myself as available as possible to everybody who's competing, although preference will only be given once per day as far as like heads-up matches, but I'll do my best to accommodate everybody. If you've noticed before, even without the competition, these queues can get filled up, which is wonderful. I never thought that the queue would go 12, 13 deep. The original queue was much shorter than this. I never thought it was a possibility. Well, here's a possibility for me. Nothing making 3-of-a-kind. There's an overriding theme with this early action. I'm just going to leave it as is, pass up all 4 actions, and end the turn. Yikes. There's 2-of-a-kind WMD, 2 sets of 2 with forces. Remember, it's the category that matters. Look for that insignia in the bottom left of the card. Figure out which category that plays into. A 3-of-a-kind force takes out an opponent's territory, or a 3-of-a-kind force can take out a compromised leader, and that's how you win the game. There's 3-of-a-kind force. I'll be down to 3 territories. Start with that 1 leader card, 4 territories, your arsenal, your deck of 60. It's the way it works in Blitz. 1 action to go for the turn. This game is so much fun to play and live stream. You can still be conversational without losing an advantage, per se. And I think they're about to update things as far as like the card backs and the names. It's been like kind of like a free preview, long roll for us here. But soon you'll be able to actually own those assets, as I understand it. Well, 3-of-a-kind here, so something to start with. Ken Show, get out there. 4 wide, 2 deep. Oh my, a roll of 6. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, so make sure I have the right username for everybody and the right, this being an event that's being tracked as far as the wins and losses. 3-of-a-kind force. That's on track to take out a 2nd territory for me. Private Sarah Vet. Effective. And the only difference it really makes on which territory you target is your morale. But for the purposes of Blitz, you won't run into morale all that often. You might sometimes. Most morale decks would be stronger if they just had those morale cards replaced with force cards. There may be some tactics that some players have that I just don't know about as well. So maybe I'm not right on some to that end, but with every deck that I've seen, it would have worked better. When I've lost or when I've won with a morale deck, it's been in spite of it, not because of it. But if you catch an opponent who has some like territories with like big time negative morale so they get taken out, that can be a game changer, as it were. Rolled a 4, so at least go 3-of-a-kind here. And I'll take out a territory on my opponent's side.
Select target.
I have 1 spot open in my war zone, 3 actions to go for the turn. And, well, I can go 3-of-a-kind with the building cards. It's not going to be any surprise what I go back for. I only played 1 3-of-a-kind set there, so I can't put that out there in piecemeal style and expect it to get overlooked. But speaking of getting overlooked, there's 2-of-a-kind WMD, 2-of-a-kind force. A WMD would take out my last 2 territories, and then 3-of-a-kind force would take out a compromised leader, but it's a roll of 1. This is where having those weathers out there. If it's 3-of-a-kind weather, you get an extra turn potentially, or you can get 3 extra actions. Normally you'll take the extra turn though. That's normally the better play. There's the information about the queue. A reset here. Just past top of the hour. A few minutes past. Roll 2. Oh. And this is a point where you don't want to put necessarily... I haven't seen any sort of intel cards from my opponent, but doesn't mean... Well, this is a weird spot because I already have a 3-of-a-kind, 2 deep. I've just got nothing else that matches, do I? Ugh. I've had really bad RNG. Well, better here than a tournament, right? Next tournament for Warsaken Blitz. Let's get this out of my system now. Whereas tomorrow's the next Warsaken Blitz tournament over on Blumint, B-L-U-M-I-N-T. That's 8 p.m. Eastern. It's the start time of that, the $50 depth charge 1 tournament. I'll post a link to it. That's for tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. Today at 8 p.m. Eastern is kind of the hard cutoff for when they've got a big update coming up here for the game. You know what, at this point, I'm just going to roll it out there. I don't think I'm necessarily going to get another roll of the die anyway, so I'm going to chance it. So roll a 3 here for my opponent. We're giving away another Warsaken booster pack later in this hour. If you're planning on buying any of the packs that remain in the Warsaken store for set 1, your time is running short. Wow, I get another. I was not expecting another roll here. 2-of-a-kind weather. I mean, there's a lot staring me down, but let's see. 6. Okay. Play that third Ken show.
Select target.
Take my opponent down to 2 territories. See the ruins of the Brotherland, how it's -5 morale? If you can run against an opponent that's like -5, -6, -7, but more often than not, you're going to find a lot of -3s. You have your -1 vast hinterland. But sometimes people want to show off their cool cards that maybe the rare or less often seen here in Blitz, and that does sometimes present opportunities. Speaking of opportunities, I go 3-of-a-kind weather, extra turn. This would have been a perfect spot to catch a 3-of-a-kind WMD, but I didn't. I can play the Rabid Beast. So I'll have, well, got the extra turn coming up anyway. I can put 2-of-a-kind Force out there in one of the spots. Or maybe the better play is to put 2-of-a-kind Weather. But which one? Freezing Rainstorm. See, if I can catch a third WMD, I would just need to roll a 4, and I could get the win. Big if, though. But I was losing badly anyway, so let's see. In turn, here comes the extra turn. What do we have? Oh my, it's a 4. It worked. My plan worked. All right, 3-of-a-kind WMD. I'm going to win this match if I do this correctly, I think. I don't want to get too ahead of myself.
Select target.
Take out the last 2 territories for the WMD.
Compromised.
1 action to go. You have to be careful to make sure you pick the right one here. Got 2-of-a-kind out there, including that B6 Rabid Beast and the 00 Black Blade. It's the Rabid Beast.
Select target.
My opponent is a compromised leader with all the territories taken out, and I win right here. All right. Yo Treku 11, good game. So I got the win there. So I'm now 1-2 thus far against the Legion. It's 2-1 Legion as of now. So we'll get our next match going here in just a moment. Here with Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Note here in chat. I'm ready if you have a code. If you're looking to catch up with somebody playing Warsaken Blitz live on stream, Warsaken.tv will take you. It just forwards you right to the Twitch page that shows people who are live streaming Warsaken, particularly Warsaken Blitz. I mean, you have people playing the modified version of the full game, but Blitz is great for live streaming. Thank you. Thank you. I got the code. All right. Although I do have to, like, as much as I keep wanting to just be like, go, 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 the consultants in my head always pushing to keep things moving with the live broadcast. Let's see. So I've got the code there. Let's see. Thank you. What is your Discord username? I'm going to type in the code here. We'll get connected with DKRIN007. The next match here NashvilleLou Live, Warsaken, Blitz, Streamers vs. Legion, Hit List 2, opening day.
Warsaken.
And you don't have to be part of the event to play me. Feel free, !join in chat. I'll do my best to give preference to people participating that haven't played me yet today. Do my best to accommodate everybody with this. Okay, 2 of a kind with the instigated riots. 2 force cards, not the best options here. Take a mulligan. Well, that worked. 3 of a kind force. 2 of a kind WMD, sure. Sometimes it works out. Although sometimes it goes horribly wrong. E4 Warsaken. Okay. Thank you. It would be easier if there were like one username for everybody in this game, but I'm sure they have their reasons for... Because if you want to incorporate Discord, there's going to be a username there that'll be perhaps different than a Twitch name, and... I don't know. Sure, it's not easy to get all that set up. This game is fantastic. If you haven't noticed already, just outstanding. 1. Well, that's not so good. We'll send the RKX Ghost Manta out there. Solo. 1 sub against your 2 WMDs, pal. And your fleet of jets. So it's a roll of 2 here for my opponent. Taking on DKRIN 007. Three. Well, at least I can make that 3 of a kind finally. But I'll make this 3 of a kind instead. WMD, captured leader. That's going to take out 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
In that beautiful gold Benker Island. Save the vast for last. I'll stick by that even when it's got the green one. The night vision. 1 of 100. And really, the only time that matters is when you're playing a morale deck, or playing against one. I guess that could come into play. There's a roll of 6. Two of a kind weather. 4 actions to go for the turn. Let's roll 4. Remember that prizes that are sent out from NashvilleLou Live come from my Fulfillments wallet. It has Fulfillments with an S on the end. So if you see something that shows up from there and wonder where it came from, you probably want it here. Well, finally I can do the 3 of a kind Ghost Manta that I had from the very beginning.
Select target.
Let it play out. Oh, don't right click. 2 actions to go for the turn. Well, they undersold the leader card up there. Look at that. Blood foil leader. Anyway, 2 actions to go for the turn. And we'll go force with Roman's prototype. That's it for the turn. It's a roll of 1. Remember, later in this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. You definitely want to check out the Warsaken Discord page if you want to find out more about this wonderful game, too, and meet some great people as well. It's a win-win. Speaking of win-win, well, maybe not win-win, but win-one. Take out that last territory. Now we'll take out the vast.
Compromised.
I just need 3 of a kind force to get the win, which I don't have at the moment. I'll play an intel card, equipment recall. And that's it for my turn. So I have all of my territories. My opponent's got a compromised leader, but there's a lot out there in my opponent's war zone. A WMD, the weather, a force. But typically I take my breaks at some point past 40 past the hour. So on the other side of that break in this hour, I'll have my next Warsaken booster pack giveaway. NashvilleLou Live, Warsaken Blitz, Streamers vs. Legion, Hit List 2. Plan on going until 8 p.m. Eastern, thereabouts, because there's a major update coming to Warsaken at that time. So I'll try and time it with a queue to close it at some point to keep that in mind. Because I don't want it to like have people waiting 2 hours or 3 hours to play me. And then, oh, sorry, pal, down for maintenance. Like we're redoing the plot from the movie Vacation. 6. Wow. Somehow I didn't get 3-of-a-kind force out of that, or 3-of-a-kind buildings. That's really what I was hoping for. If I had 3-of-a-kind building, I'd go back for force, and that'd be that instead. This can be a little bit weird. Intel, all right. Wasn't expecting me to be bouncing anything at this point, but here we are. Go to that WMD. We have one each of the weathers. Wide open war zone, 4 actions to go for the turn. WMD does me no good at this point. I need 3-of-a-kind force. Maybe the better play is to go 2-of-a-kind each with a building card. Just get those out there now. And if I'm able to get a third to go back and pull in some force, maybe that'll bail me out here. We'll see. That's it for my turn. 4. So my opponent is a compromised leader because all of my opponent's territories have been eliminated. When that happens in Warsaken Blitz, all you need is 3-of-a-kind force to get the win. But you have to have the 3-of-a-kind force, and I didn't there. So now with these building cards, thinking maybe if I have a bad roll here, but at least get one more building card that matches for one of those two, I can go back, go get 3-of-a-kind force, at least have that ready for the next turn. Hopefully it won't come to that, but we'll see. So interesting situation here with my opponent just being hit with that intel on the last turn. Took out one of the WMD cards out there and won each of those weather pairs out there. You can look for the insignia, that emblem, in the bottom left of the card. That's for weather, that's WMD, that's skull. That's force. The brick looking, that's a building. Morale, not pictured, has a different emblem as well. Actually, I could show you the morale real quick. Don't worry, the queue hasn't disappeared. It's just off screen. That's, well, be clear, the queue is still open here. Anyway, if you're curious about that, there's the 6 different categories. It's just, can't really share the same spot there with the queue. There's only so much room on the board I can take up without having to squeeze down the picture, and I really don't want to do that. So 4 actions here to go for my opponent. Oh, some issues with the app. Oh no. Try to use the right keyboard, but oh no. Did you restart it? Sometimes you have to F5, it won't let you click, and that reboots the app. But I don't know what this issue is here, so I don't know what to say. Okay, I said no. Okay, well, I don't know what to say then. Okay, there you go. If it works now, that's the important part. You can get it. NashvilleLou.com. It's very easy to find my information. 3-of-a-kind there, weather. Over here plugging stuff, and there's 3-of-a-kind weather to get things going. There's a roll of 5. My opponent is a compromised leader. I have all my territories, and yet the issue is far from certain. Nope. Getting rid of those 4-of-a-kinds, as it turned out, didn't really matter. So I'll have 2 territories left. 3 actions to go for this turn. A lot of cards up there. I gotta hope it's not 3-of-a-kind weather, and it's not. 3-of-a-kind force, I'll be down to 1 territory. You see how quickly things can change. That's it for the turn. I need 3 actions or more, and enough force cards to get me there, of the same name. 2. Ridiculous. Oh. No actions. End turn. That is brutal. So roll 3. Gotta hope that my opponent doesn't have 3-of-a-kind weather. As long as that's the case, I'll get at least 1 more roll. If not, I might not have another turn. I might lose. I wasn't joking about those big comebacks. Even when you have a compromised leader, there's building cards being used. Well, it's either weather or force. Go back to that blinding sandstorm that I took out, maybe. Or it could just be the force. Let's see. That's one thing with Warsaken Blitz. You can peek into your opponent's discard pile, and vice versa, as well as your own. So it was the weather. Not that surprising. Okay, let's see. I can get 3-of-a-kind force here. It's a 6. If I can't get it here, oh my goodness. Well, talk about doing it the hard way. How to roll a 6 there and not have 3-of-a-kind force? Well, this will work, but man. Five actions to go for the turn. My opponent with a compromised leader, 3-of-a-kind force will give me the win. Man, that was tough.
Select target. Leader eliminated.
All right. Good game. JHU leader, you're up next. Could please provide a code. So that's a win for me. I'm now 2-2 against the Legion. I started off 0-2. So JHU leader, I'll need to know your Discord name, please. I know I have your wax address from some of the previous broadcasts of NashvilleLou Live with Warsaken Blitz. All right. Thank you. What is your Discord username? Question mark. Love those Fire Forged cards. Fire Forged cards look really nice.
Warsaken.
So I'm taking on JHU later. This is part of the Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 event. It's a month-long event. People in the Legion, players of Warsaken, people in the Warsaken Discord channel, trying to beat all the top Warsaken Blitz streamers. It's a whole lot of intel. 1 force. Mulligan. It's not that kind of deck. More like there are 2 sets of 2 with the force and the weather. Keep. I said keep. Thank you. So my opponent gets to go first here. Again, the computer chooses randomly for you here. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Playing Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2. It's a month-long event. One of the best players in Warsaken Blitz trying to take out all the top streamers. Known for playing the game. This time, the Vast was first. My Vast Hinterland taken out by 3-of-a-kind force. Fast start for JHU leader. 1 action still to go. Another force card. My turn. 5. Well, that works. Of course, you start with a wide open war zone. 3-of-a-kind force will take out one of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
All right, thank you there, JHU leader. That's part of the notation I have to do here with these matches, as far as the Discord name goes. Okay, so I'll go for the one with the highest morale, even though it doesn't really matter. That's just the way I tend to do it. There's no incentive to do otherwise. Two actions to go for the turn. Let's go two of a kind weather with a freezing rainstorm. On fire. Get the fire and ice. That's it for my turn. It's a roll of 2. And later this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. Gave one away to Gabix in the last hour. Be on the other side of the break, be doing that giveaway. Be here live on stream. That's it for the turn for my opponent. Some one-offs. 1 each force, weather, and force out there. My turn. 3. Well, remember, I already played the 3-of-a-kind Agent Zera, so that really doesn't help me any. But it's good to be aware of that in the midst of a match. Especially later when you have a lot more to try and keep track of. 3-of-a-kind, or 3 actions here for me. Nothing makes 3-of-a-kind. I will go 2-of-a-kind with a DX8. A robot dogs with lasers. And fire. 2 spots open in my war zone. 1 action to go for the turn. I'll play the A7 axe. A roll of 1. So again, my plan for this broadcast is to go until 8 p.m. Eastern. So at that point, there's a big update coming to the game. Get ready for the Set 2 era. Can't wait to see what waits on the horizon for that. 2-of-a-kind force opposite me. That's it for the turn. My turn. 4. Well, I can make another 2-of-a-kind out there. Only 1 spot open in my war zone. Nothing makes 3-of-a-kind. So I'm going to pass up those last 3 actions and end the turn. So it's a roll of 5 for my opponent. There's 3-of-a-kind WMD. That's going to take out 2 of my 3 remaining territories. So a big play there for JHU leader. Now 3-of-a-kind force. Some of a compromised leader. Look out.
Compromised.
1 action to go for the turn. My goodness. 2. Okay, well, I'll play that 3rd. Well, it's usually better to look before you just go in whole hog on it. So already have 2-of-a-kind out there with the A7 axe, a 3rd. Lets me take out a 2nd of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
Only 1 action to go for the turn. 2 spots are open in my war zone. I just have very little with WMD. So tough spot with that. Play the Z27 Tiger. That's it for my turn. I'm going to have to F5 because it's not letting me click, which happens sometimes with this. You just have to F5 it and it takes you right back to where you were.
Leader compromised.
In case you missed it earlier, my leader's still compromised. Well, I would rather them tell me that twice than not at all, from a notification standpoint. A vital piece of information. We'll have this match and probably one more after it, and then my hourly break. And on the other side of that hourly break, I'll be giving away Another Warsaken booster pack. If you're planning on buying any packs that remain from set 1 in the Warsaken store, you best do it before 0000 UTC rolls around. Talking 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. Considerably more information is available on that in the Warsaken Discord if you have any questions. I just know the time's almost up and want to give anybody the heads up on that. I'm very appreciative of Warsaken for giving me these booster packs to give away. It's a roll of 6. So all my opponent needs is 3 of a kind force to get the win. It can happen right here. Probably will. There's 1. There's 2. 3. That's the match. All right, so good game. JHU leader victorious. So it's now 3-2 Legion versus me here in the Streamers versus Legion Hit List 2 event. This is going on the entire month of August. So we now have 3 players who have beaten me. Andrew H678, Cammy_Reaper147, and JHU Leader just now. Of course, along with this, when you beat me here in Warsaken Blitz on NashvilleLou Live, you win a prize. And so I already have your wax address there, JHU Leader from before, from prior broadcasts. So we'll have that ready to go here in a moment. Bring up the slate. All right, so here we are with the Warsaken Prize Wheel, presented in part by my Land and Alien Worlds, Neary 3616. All right, I guess it's already sorted. I had to restart it from before. Got a system issue. But as you can see, 48 of these prizes remain up here. 3 epics, that loot pack, the super rares, the Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. That's had a whole lot of trips there around the wheel, yet remains on there at least for now. The ultra rares, the very rares. Did my good game not go through? Well, I forgot to enter. There's a lot to keep track of with this. Here's something to track. Several shuffles and a spin. Good luck to you, JHU Leader. Here with the prize wheel. It taunts you with the epic, but here we are with the very rare Abdul Hafiz, the supplier, number 729. Nice looking card here. Look forward to showing this off in just a moment. Congratulations on the win there, JHU Leader. You get to check me off in the Streamers versus Legion Hit List 2 event, so you've got me taken out there with that. And so now I'll go ahead and send that prize your way. Along with that, I'll send the novelty floppy disk image of NashvilleLou Live, the home game, along with that. We'll be sending you this. I didn't write it down. I have to triple check these things. It may take me a moment or two longer than normal to get from match to match. That's because there's a little bit more bars what I have to keep track of here. Not a complaint at all, though. I love giving away prizes. I love playing this game. Warsaken Blitz is so much fun to play and live stream. We'll get to the next match here in just a moment. I can't remember if I advanced the queue or not. Let me double check something. Okay, let me go ahead and hit next. All right, Zeal, you'll be up next. We'll get to that in just a moment, though. Get the prize sent out right now. Blue Live. Prize. So you get the Abdul Hafiz, and then the floppy novelty promotional item there for NashvilleLou Live. I'll throw that in as well. Doing that for people that beat me here in this event. The music just dies on me there as I'm trying to make sure this transfer is going through correctly. All right, so if this worked correctly, I'll be able to pull it up here and show it off live on stream. Then we'll get on to our next match in just a moment. So Zeal, you'll be up next. If you could, please provide me with a code, a connect code, so we can get things going. Also, I'll need to know your Discord username. Probably type that in chat as opposed to just saying it. But first things first, let me get to we'll show off the prize here for a minute or two. There it is. Congratulations. I told you that was a cool looking card, didn't I? Look at that. Abdul Hafiz, the supplier. One of these very rares. And even though very rare, there is a total of 1,000 of them. That's set one, so you're not going to be able to get these very easily going forward. And it's a cool looking card as well, so that is yours. Congratulations on that. Loud keyboard stooging me off. Or maybe you can't hear it with a microphone filters. I'm not sure how that works. Sometimes it surprises me when I listen back later what does and doesn't get through. All right, so Zeal, if you're there, please let me know. You're slated to be up next. And again, I find myself conflicted when it comes to people waiting a long time to play. I don't want to just zip past anybody, but particularly people wanting to play and hoping to beat me and check me off the list. That's going to be an interesting part of it as well. All right. All right, trying to figure out what to do here because Rexy, you'd be up next. I might bump Zeal down one. I've been thinking about that. Maybe if I bump somebody down a spot, give them a chance. I mean, the idea is to have people they're ready to play, but again, people wait a long time. It brings me zero happiness to just blast past somebody. Okay, well, I'm going to bump you down one, Zeal. Rexy. All right, so Rexy, I bumped you up to the one spot. So if you're there, please give me a connect code. You'll be up next. This is a tough spot right here because now I've got, two people that I mean, how long do you give somebody? That's the problem. That's the challenge. Because people inevitably, it's going to be however long I give. 2 minutes later, they'll come in, doing a run-in with the code. But if people have been waiting a while, this is difficult. This is very difficult. I mean, part of me is like, well, sorry about your luck. If you weren't here, I've got to move past. I don't want to be like that, though, but this is where it's tough. I don't want people to have bad experiences here, but look, if you're not here, okay, let me bump this back around. All right, you know what? I'm going to play the people who are here. There's a long list of people. Somebody comes back around, we can talk about it. So, Rexy, now you are on the clock, and I don't want to wait too long. And this is where it's tough also. I don't just, start blowing past half the field, but if people aren't actually here. I mean, there's a big list on the left for a reason. So people can see where they are in the order. And so, but also somebody thinks they're 4 spots down and suddenly I'm having to bump people. But I've got to get live competition here. This is already 40 past. I'm making an exception to go with another match here at this point. And at that point, I start to get impatient. At that point, people get bumped. Sorry, Rexy. Moonbaz Marty, if you're there, please let me know. Because I've got that 8 p.m. Eastern, that hard out, as far as when they're going to do an update here to Warsaken. So if there are people wanting to play, and it's tough because some people may think, well, I'm 3 or 4 down, but look, I need somebody who's here to play me. Oh, there you go. Moonbaz Marty, you were here. Thank you. Again, I don't want to be a jerk. I'm not trying to ruin anybody's good time. But sitting here with nothing going on is not going to cut it. Because at that point, I mean, my time is one thing, but the time of my audience is another. Sitting around waiting for somebody that's not there. Okay, if you could, Moonbaz Marty, provide me with a connect code, and we'll get going with the next match before the break, and then the booster pack giveaway on the other side of that. And I think you got the same name on Discord as you have here, right, Moonbaz Marty? I'm pretty sure that's the case. It's tough to keep track with some of this stuff, though. I know I've got your wax address written down. Thank you. All right, so we're taking on Moonbaz Marty. So after this match,
Warsaken.
take about a 5-minute break. On the other side of that break, be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. We'll be giving away another in the next hour as well. You'll want to stick around for that. Well, 2-of-a-kind WMD, but that's not something you want to put out there early. I'll take a mulligan. Well, here we go again. Not thrilled about it, but I don't want to use that second mulligan. I really don't, so I'm going to keep what I have here. Maybe I'll regret it, maybe not. We'll see. I get to go first. There's that. Roll of 3, taking on Moonbaz Marty here. Warsaken Blitz, Streamers vs. Legion, Hit List 2, as it's called. And ultimately got 2-of-a-kind force, so at least we have that. The Revenge Super Carrier. Not just any force card, not just some XYZ force card there. The 8-4 Revenge Super Carrier. Ask for it by name. 3 spots open by Warzone, 1 action to go for the turn. The only other thing that makes 3-of-a-kind, or even 2-of-a-kind, would be the WMD. I'm not going to put that out there. I'll pass up that last action in the turn. Roll 4. So 3-of-a-kind force. And after this match, take my hourly break, and then on the other side of that hourly break, another Warsaken booster pack giveaway. It's a 5. Nothing makes 3-of-a-kind. I'll go 2 sets of 2. Go weather. Try that again. Go weather. 2 spots open in my Warzone, 3 actions to go for the turn. Go intel, control the message. 1 action to go for this turn. I'll pass up that last action in turn. Hey, Rexy. Sorry we had to move past you, buddy. Feel free to re-enter the queue. I'm going to have to just be stiff about it. Be like, look, if you're not here, we got to move on. And that's unfortunate, but I don't know how else to do it. Because if I sit around waiting, then I'm disrespecting the time of the other 8, 9, 10, 11 people in chat. But I don't want somebody to wait for 2 hours. And so if your name is getting close to the top, at least just post something, let me know you're in the area. Because that's what happens sometimes. There's somebody that'll be in here, but they haven't posted anything in a half hour. I don't care. You can lurk. I understand that. But the show must go on. 3 of a kind with the Revenge Super Carrier. It's going to take out one of my opponent's territories. They all have the medal. I was just pointing that out without saying anything. 2 actions to go for the turn. We each have 3 territories. Taking on Moonbaz Marty, who's one of the very best to play this game. Does very well in most of the tournaments that he's in. 2 actions to go for the turn. I'll go with 2 of a kind Roman's Prototype, force cards. That's it for the turn. Three of a kind weather, so an extra turn here for Moonbaz Marty. So again, after this match, I'll take my hourly break. On the other side of that break, I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. It's a roll of 4. Moonbaz Marty. 3 of a kind WMD. I'll be down to 1 territory remaining. You'll notice with Moonbaz Marty, you seldom see a filled up war zone. Moonbaz Marty likes to hold cards back, in my experience, in playing, I guess, and watching his stream as well. Don't put it all out there necessarily. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't, of course. And there's that unpredictability with Warsaken Blitz. You never know from match to match. So it helps you from falling in too much of a rut because there are too many variables in play to force you to do different things depending on the circumstances. It's a roll of 5. Well, because with only 2 of a kind out there, I've got 3 of a kind intel. I can force Moonbaz Marty to discard. But at this point, after somebody's played a WMD, it's really not a good idea to do that usually. So I'm not getting full value out of my forced discard, but only getting rid of 2 weathers. But I think I just not going with one of them here, I think would be a mistake. So, well, yeah, let's force the discard. Let's do that. Now, in this case, you don't get to see your opponent's cards. They get to pick. So if there are extra WMDs that get discarded, then that just helped Moonbaz Marty clear out some room. I'm going to pass up on those last 2 actions. I'll end the turn. So roll. Oh, no, it's not. It's die rolls to a 1 when your opponent has to discard. I wish it would show you something else there, but I think there are limits in the game as far as what they can do in that spot. But anyway, that's why if you see a 1 and then it rolls. Meanwhile, over here, yakking away, didn't look at what got discarded out. Look at those WMDs. That's me doing a huge favor to Moonbaz Marty in some ways. Not going after the weather. Say, no problem, buddy. I'll unload those WMDs. Thank you very much. I'll play building cards to go back for weather. No. Go back? What was that business? Maybe I missed something there. So I'm taking on Moonbaz Marty here in Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live, part of the Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 event. After this match, I'll take a break. On the other side of that break, be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. Gavix won 1 in the last hour, so I'll roll 3. Get a more useful trio of intels. I was not expecting all those extra WMDs up there. My goodness. Live and learn. We'll take out 1 force. And both weathers. Sometimes it lets you choose multiple and sometimes it doesn't, and I'm not sure why. And then sometimes you get an echo effect. Roll of 1 for my opponent. So I'm down to 1 territory remaining. Moonbaz Marty has 3. 2 of a kind force, but that's it for the turn. My turn. 4. Alright, well I can play a 3 of a kind WMD. That will take Moonbaz Marty down to 1 territory, just like where I am.
Select target.
I'm going to hold off on anything further here and end the turn. Let's roll a 5 here. All Moonbaz Marty needs is 2 sets of 3 of a kind force to get the win. 1 to take out my last territory, 1 to take out a compromised leader. We're halfway there. If Moonbaz Marty has another 3 of a kind force, that'll be it.
Compromised.
There's 1, there's 2. And then 2 of a kind of a different pair of force cards. Hold my breath there, too. Well. Play that third intel. It's better, always better to look. So I've got 2 of a kind out there with the intel. I've got even more intel. This is not an intel deck per se. It just turned out that way.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
Okay, 1 each. There's not I was trying to figure out if there may be an extra one in there to give me a hint on which one to choose. We'll take out Agent Zara. 1 action to go for the turn. Play that third Roman's prototype, give my opponent a compromised leader.
Select target.
We'll both have a compromised leader. That's it for my turn. All right, Quadrell's Art. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. This is NashvilleLou Live. Streamers vs. Legion, hit list 2. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. It's a roll of 3. Moonbaz Marty just needs 3 of a kind to get the win over me here. Instead, 3 of a kind weather, extra turn. Roll of 1, my goodness. So if I can roll a 3 or higher in this next turn, I'll get the win and win the match. Many thanks, Quadrell's Art, for the raid. I appreciate it. Although, unfortunately, timing-wise, I'm going to be coming up on a break here soon. 1! Oh, my goodness. Morbid Angel 74, thank you for the follow. And thank you for the raid, Quadrell's Art. A shout out there to Quadrell's Art. It's listed as a special mission for this. Anyway, over here, crying to myself, rolling a 1, 3 or no, don't play this. Don't make it from bad to worse, pal. So I'll play 1. If by some miracle I get another roll of the die, I would need a 2 or higher. The first one of us to get 3 of a kind force play. There's a roll of 5. This will probably do it. Moonbaz Marty just needs 3 of a kind force to beat me. 3 of a kind weather could mean an extra turn as well. Hello. Carlos CGTV, hello. 3 of a kind, uh-oh. Building cards going back for that Max Harper. And that's going to be the third. That's going to take me out. Moonbaz Marty's going to beat me right here. Unless there's a misplay. And if I would have rolled a 3 or higher, I would have won, but I didn't. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Good game. Moonbaz Marty, good game. All right. So want to stick around through the next break. On the other side of the break, we'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. We'll have another one to give away in the next hour as well. Before we go to break, got a prize to give away here to Moonbaz Marty. So Moonbaz Marty's victorious over me in the J.R. Smith. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. I have to make sure I keep the diligent records here with this. So I'm now 2-4 against the Legion. The Legion 4-2 against me. So Moonbaz Marty joins JHU leader Cammy Reaper and Andrew H. As far as people in the Legion who have beaten me here today. All right, so I have to look on this other list real fast because I know I have your wax address saved here. My regulars, I keep track of it to make it quicker and easier to give away prizes. It's a win-win. Okay, so now let's go to the prize wheel. We'll take off the prize from the last spin. I had to restart the wheel earlier, so that's why it says results 1. The big stuff's still up there, which is good news for you, the player. 3 epics, loot pack. Remember, these set 1 cards can become more and more difficult to find as set 2 almost here. We've got a loot pack, a set 1, obviously, loot pack. The super rares, the Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. That's been up there a long time. The ultra rares, the very rares. All good cards. Hopefully something you'll like here for this Moonbaz Marty. We'll give it several shuffles and a spin. Good luck. After this, gonna have a break. On the other side of that break, I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. All right, super rare V-Type X, number 337. Just added that to the wheel today, if I recall correctly. And now it's gone to you. Congratulations. So, Moonbaz Marty, victorious. We're gonna have a break coming up, as I noted here. So you want to hang tight as I've got a Warsaken booster pack to give away on the other side. I'll go ahead and advance the queue. So I'm looking to play people that are in the Warsaken Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 event, but it's not exclusive to that. But I will try and give preference to people I haven't played that day who were part of that event. Just try and accommodate as many people as possible. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to send you Moonbaz Marty. I'll send you the replica floppy disk of NashvilleLou Live, the home game, for you to enjoy. And that for people that beat me here in this particular event. So a little freebie to go with the super rare I'm sending over. That's going to be number 337. And it's prizes whether you're in the event or not, to be clear. But certainly I want to play up as much as possible this Streamers versus Legion event. It's a lot of fun. From what I've seen of it thus far, I've enjoyed it. Streamers versus Legion. Today's date. Let's see if I did this correctly. So again, after I show off the prize that Moonbaz Marty won, we'll take a break. Be a short break on the other side of that back. The Warsaken booster pack giveaway. Have another booster pack for the next hour, even though this one will kind of collide into next. The way that these things go sometimes. All right, so the prize is sent. Congratulations, Moonbaz Marty. And I'll have an opportunity to show it off here live on stream. You'll have it'll be late in the hour for me for the break, but it'll be the break nonetheless. And then that Warsaken booster pack, along with the one for the next hour. So it'll be kind of short spaced on that, but that means more prizes, more giveaways, more fun. There it is. Congratulations, Moonbaz Marty. That V-Type X. Super rare at camo. Only 500 of these exist. This is mint number 337, and it's yours. Congratulations, Moonbaz Marty. Okay. I'm going to break. There's a list of all the streamers involved in this month's Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 event. Where you see Quadrill's art listed, there's a secret mission. I'm not sure on the specifics on that. I have to ask Quadrill if you want details, but that's the list of people. the Legion's going to have to play against here, the streamers. So we'll have a little bit more information on that coming up. And of course, another Warsaken booster pack giveaway on the other side of this break. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Stay tuned. All right, coming back from break. Let's see if I can do this in the proper sequence here. There we go. So type exclamation point or exclamation mark Warsaken in chat right now to enter the giveaway of this Warsaken booster pack. And just type exclamation point. Why am I having so much trouble saying exclamation? That's an odd one to struggle with. So exclamation point Warsaken. Just type that in chat. You can see the list filling up there. Somebody's going to win a Warsaken booster pack here in just a moment. Siler MUC, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you very much. Getting closer and closer, having 500 followers on here. Appreciate the support from everybody. There's so much excitement about Warsaken Blitz. This is the Streamers vs. Legion hit list 2. This is day 1 of the event. Be the entire month of August to enjoy this. Should be a lot of fun. So about to do this giveaway here. Just one more chance. Exclamation point Warsaken. Just type that in chat. In a moment here, I'll choose the name and I'll send that pack out right away, and then we'll get ready with our next match. I will need to hear from... Let me make sure I didn't miss anything in chat here. Mr. Headhunter. One more chance to type exclamation point Warsaken in chat. Alright. Here we go. So thanks to Lack Tools for making this little convenient device for picking a winner here for Twitch chat. NashvilleLou Live. Have another giveaway of a Warsaken booster pack later this hour. Get them while you can. We're all getting ready for the start of the second set of Warsaken. Look at that, congratulations. So big it doesn't want to fit on the screen. Didn't take larger usernames into account. All right, congratulations. Let's see. What is your wax address? Just let me know your wax address, please. Good game, good game. Please let me know your wax address. I'll get that pack sent out to you right away. Thank you. Thank you and congratulations. So I'm going to get that pack sent over, then waiting for a connect code. If I don't get one here or don't hear from my next opponent, then we'd have to move on in line. I think Gabix will be up next. But hopefully we'll get a connection here soon. It brings me no happiness to skip past anybody, but I do have to keep it moving. This has to end by 8 p.m. Eastern time, so less than 4 hours from now. There's still time to get in the queue, but I mean, time is ticking. That's because they're about to do a big update to the game, and so I want to make sure all the matches are complete before that update starts so that any sort of live gameplay isn't impacted by it. Since I know it's coming, they're nice enough to give the heads up on it today, and there's a lot more information on that in the Warsaken a Discord channel. Excuse me, they try to do 3 things at once and do them all poorly. Gabix, it might be your turn here in a second. I'm going to give just one more moment for my opponent here. Gotta figure out where I put the loot pack information. I'm doing a well enough job with that one last time. I said loot pack, I didn't say the right thing. The booster pack, obviously, the giveaway here. I mean, I know it was Gabix that won the first one, but I don't know if I wrote it down correctly. So I definitely want to here. Okay. So please be on standby there, Gabix. We'll probably be going to here in just a moment, but I do have to get this written down. And again, this takes just a moment or two longer than I wish it. I mean, I wish I could be much faster, but such is the nature of the live streaming world. Okay, so got that saved. So I'm going to get the pack sent out to you right now. Congratulations. Look at that Warsaken booster pack. All right, I'm going to go ahead and hit next. So it will be your turn, Gavix. If you can provide me with a code, please. Still in the process of getting this sent out, so trying to multitask a little bit here, but it's important it goes to the right place, so I always try to double check. NashvilleLou Live. Giveaway. Today's date. So I'm sending that out to you right now. Congratulations. Well, officially congratulations once I actually my Anchor wallet to launch. There we go, from my Fulfillments wallet to yours. We'll do another booster pack giveaway within the hour, so you'll want to hang tight for that. All right, so Gavix is up next. Says, okay, 1 minute. Okay, sounds good. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you for watching and participating. Thank you for playing. I appreciate everybody's taking the time to watch, whether it's live here on Twitch or later video on demand. And I make highlights out of all of my Twitch live streams so that they stick around here as long as they'll let me, I think indefinitely. Never say forever in this realm with that sort of thing, but it's there for people to enjoy later as well. At least that's the idea. So I've got the code from Gavix. Thank you. All right. And let me double check one more thing, Gavix, that I don't know that I for sure have your Discord channel name. I'll need to get that from you. For purposes of keeping track of this, that's part of it. Sync to the cloud, no worries. What is your Discord username? It doesn't take very long to get synced to the cloud, so usually, hopefully, I didn't jinx it right there. The dreaded announcer jinx. But usually it's not too long of a process, and so just a moment we'll get a code here from Gavix and be ready to go. NashvilleLou Live with Warsaken Blitz. Plan on going until 8 o'clock Eastern tonight. 0000 UTC. When there's a big update planned for Warsaken. We'll look forward to seeing what the new stuff will be. New offerings. I know they've been working very hard on it. They've got a great team. It's a fun game to stream. It's a fun game to play. So here we are in August. It's August already. Looking over upcoming schedule for the month. Already NFL preseason games starting here in a couple of days. So my busy season with American football begins, and the fall sports season as well starts to pick up. Had a lot of fun calling men's lacrosse. Oh, there's the code from Gavix. He was saying, okay, should have seen the code there a moment or two ago, if not more. Sorry about that, Gavix. All right.
Warsaken.
All right, thank you. Yeah, they did the whole thing recently with Discord where I guess they're phasing out the hashtag and number. It's always been just such a mess. One of those things I use because it's convenient for a lot of other people. It's not my favorite thing, but there's some great people on there in the Warsaken Discord. So despite my ongoing annoyances at times with it, I've also seen it be very useful and helpful. Let's keep it. There's a lot of good people in there. And if you're going to go into a Discord channel, that's a great one to go to, especially today. A lot of excitement, Getting ready for the launch of set 2. So again, with Warsaken Blitz, you start with 1 leader card, 4 territories, and your deck of 60, your arsenal. The game randomly deals you 8 cards from that arsenal of 60. That's where you've got your WMD, your force, morale, weather, building. Hold a 2. And maybe I left one out there. Did I mention Intel? 2 of a kind with Force, Agent Zera. Again, with Warsaken Blitz being simplified, it's just the category that matters for Blitz. So the fine print that matters a lot for the regular game for this is immaterial for the cards from your arsenal. Where it does matter is the with your territory cards, the morale that's taken out. If they're taken out, that you get. So if you have a territories with high negative morale, you could possibly run into problems with that. But as you've probably seen thus far with this stream, that hasn't happened today. But there are some players that play some very good morale decks. I've not had just a whole lot of luck with them in trying it out in Blitz, but some of that might be the way I've got the deck constructed, or maybe the way I'm playing it. I don't know. If it ever gets to the point where I win too much, quote unquote, to make this entertaining, I can always switch to a morale deck, but that hasn't been a problem. There's some great competition here for people with Warsaken Blitz. Oh, the second one, okay. The 4-digit version there, okay. Again, much of that mess I attributed that being however Discord was set up way back when. As far as having to try and fix the problems of the past to get it to work today. There's 3 of a kind weather, so that's an extra turn for my opponent. I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack later in this hour on the other side of the next break. Already given away 2 thus far. And it's exclamation point join. Just type that in chat. It's roll a 6 for my opponent. A nice roll there for Gabix. And you can play against me even if you're not taking part in the Streamers vs. Legion event. I'm trying to give preference to people that I haven't played in that particular day especially, but who are part of the event and who haven't beaten me yet. Trying to give everybody those opportunities, as many as possible. And so I'll probably end up streaming at some perhaps unusual for me hours that are non-tournament streams. I'll stream a tournament whenever, you know. Where I wake up and I don't know that I've functioned as well in those tournaments necessarily, but again, when you can broadcast from home, there's so much flexibility. Things that just were not possible 26 years ago, whenever it was I got into TV. Been broadcasting since 95. Just doesn't feel like almost 28 years ago since I broke in, but that's how it was. The older I've gotten, the more it seems like time passes quickly. But of course, that's perception of time. But it's Gabix's turn here with a roll of 6. Post a link to Warsaken.tv. It's a great link because it takes you right to the Twitch page with people that are live streaming Warsaken Blitz. So a very quick and easy way to get there. That's where you'll find the various people like me that are streamers in this Streamers vs. Legion battle. Roll a 6 here for Gabix. So I'm not sure I'm locked up or if Gabix is experiencing a delay or what's going on here. Out of an abundance of caution, I'll F5 it. Refresh the app. Oh. And the die looks different when you do that. Of course, I made a less legible one. I'm going to F5 it again. I want a better looking die. Soon that won't be an option. Soon a lot of these specialties in here, you're going to have to actually buy them, I think. Or maybe you get them as far as the those new wheel spins they've got coming up. But I'm excited to see what they have upcoming with Warsaken and Set 2. I've read some information in the Warsaken Discord about it. But a lot of this will be a surprise for me. So I'm not sure what's going on with Gabix. It's been very helpful. There we go. It's been very helpful. There's such a great community of people with Warsaken. These Warsaken Blitz matches. In the event when there are problems, people are usually rather amiable about getting things reset or restarted or communicating if there's a problem. There's 3-of-a-kind force. It's a problem for one of my territories be taken out. You know, the way it works in Warsaken Blitz, 3-of-a-kind force lets you take out an opponent's territory, or if your opponent has a compromised leader, 3-of-a-kind force will take out that compromised leader and win the match. Three actions to go for the turn here for Gabix. Remember, later in this hour, we'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack on the other side of the next break. 3 actions to go here for the turn. NashvilleLou Live, Warsaken Blitz, Streamers vs. Legion, Hit List 2. It's a month-long event. This is opening day. Trying to give as many people as possible a chance to play here ahead of 8 p.m. Eastern. So that's when I have to be out as far as before they do the big update that's slated for 0000 UTC, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. my time, here in Nashville. 3 actions to go for the turn for Gabix. Normally it goes a bit faster than this, so I'm not sure what the slowed up is on this one. Like, you see where it has like the nicknames, whatever, it just assigns like latrine engineer. Like it's Tom Anderson on Beavis and Butthead. You boys be cleaning the latrine. 2-of-a-kind weather, 1 action to go for the turn. I can't do a Tom Anderson to save my life, though. There's that problem. Don't ask me to do voice impressions. But anyway, so I guess those various titles will be things that you can obtain in-game. I'm not sure on the specifics on that. But I tell you what, I've gotten my mileage out of the last 3 months of live streaming Warsaken Blitz. Because it was right after the NFL draft is when I wanted to wait until that was over, because that takes up a lot of my time at that point of the year. Doing mock drafts since 2003. More than 20 years owning DraftKing.com. That's worked out pretty well. 1 action to go for the turn for Gabix. Standalone force. That's it for the turn. My turn. 4. Well, okay. 3 spots are open in my war zone. We'll go 2-of-a-kind cloud cover. 2 spots now in my war zone are open. 2 actions to go for the turn. I don't want to put my WMD pair out there. Nothing else makes even 2-of-a-kind. So I'm going to pass up the last 2 actions and end my turn. Again, later in this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. Trying to make sure I'm not missing on anything pressing here in the Warsaken Discord. Trying to peruse it very quickly here in the middle of a live stream. Just oh, there are mentions. I guess a lot of people are hanging out in the chill zone right now. Hello to everybody hanging out right now, involved with that over on the Warsaken Discord, happening right now over there. I can tell you the specifics on what was said in the Warsaken Discord about what's happening coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern. Since the new build is coming, the Warsaken developers and designers have been hard at work, and the Legion will get to see the latest updates today. And it says it has my local time of 7 p.m., so it's 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC. There's a reason that's the hard out time. I'll continue. The new build has some heavy hitters, including Set 1 packs will be removed from the store. Wheel spins will go live. Flame tech upgrades. Ready to sprint for those number 1 mints. New XP calculations for loot claiming, including XP stacking. Gear, which has dice, card sleeves, game mats, music, etc. And I've missed out on quite a bit of the music, by the way. That's an aside, just because of the way that I do my live streaming, making sure I've got everything with my music clearances that I know for sure that I'm okay. As opposed to having to trust. Sometimes that can get you in trouble with this. Anyway, back to what was said here. The flame tech upgrades going those number 1 mints. The gear, though, the dice, card sleeves, game mats, music, etc. will work in-game. So we'll see what that means. Collection achievements on the new accounts page and other UX improvements or user interface improvements. Huge step forward for Warsaken for the Legion. The Set 2 The Set 2 Savage escalation packs will drop soon. Set 2 loot packs will follow a couple of weeks later. They say they continue building standard. So a roll of 2. I can do some more dramatic reading here. If we can. Hopefully the delay is over there for Gabix. I'm not sure what the slowdown is. But a reminder, I'll have another Warsaken booster pack to give away later in this hour. 1 action to go here. 2-of-a-kind weather, 2-of-a-kind force opposite me. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. As you can tell by that long list of things I just read off, there are a lot about to be updated here. And that's my thought with being out of or finished up with this by 8 p.m. Eastern, so that everybody that's expecting to play and has waited a while to play will be able to, and then the game developers can start with the updates. I'm not sure how long that process is going to take. Warsaken Force, I'll be down to 2 territories remaining. I take on Gabix. Gabix won a Warsaken booster pack earlier in the broadcast. Now I'll have me down to 2 territories remaining. So that's it for the turn. My turn. Then the doldrums in this match. Roll a 2. Well, that's not going to get me out of the doldrums now, is it? Ugh. It's not a good mix here. I mean, I'm not going to put the WMDs out there. Again, I'm not going to. That would be a mistake at this point, in my opinion. So I'm going to pass up the 2 actions and end the turn. Like, there's some really nice looks, like this card back that I have for this round. That black, shiny, almost vinyl type look to it. With the Warsaken logo on top. And up there, it's in purple, that's a bit more in my wheelhouse as far as my brand colors go, with purple and white. But especially purple, with that being the main color of both my high school and college alma maters. That's why I have that purple in my color scheme. Homage to Father Ryan High School in Nashville and the University of Evansville up in Indiana. My alma maters. So it's Gabix's turn. I'm not sure what the slow roll is here. And this is another reason why I try to give myself plenty of extra time as far as with matches, because sometimes things can take a while. It's not like there's a clock for the opponent. But if somebody's having connection problems, I'm not sure if that's what's going on here with Gabix. I just simply don't know. I'll probably end up closing the queue on the other side of the next break after the giveaway, the next booster pack giveaway. Just thinking ahead. I don't want to be too much in a bind as far as time goes, because I can't just ask them to delay for another 10 minutes so I can finish that last match. And there are some things like this that are outside of my control. Had a lot of fun the last couple of days live streaming Civilization 6. I never thought that would be a game I would live stream. But it's very much a tranquil kind of game as far as if this is me calling baseball or golf, whereas something like Blockchain Brawlers is more like me calling men's lacrosse, where it's just this frenetic, very high pace, very intense. Less intense means easier to call longer term, so that is helpful. But with Civ 6, it's like the ultimate as far as that just one more turn factor. Like, I only intended to live stream for an hour, 2, maybe 3 at the most. And it was almost 5 hours. Like, I had to like pry myself away to go ahead, make the archive out, and then fell asleep shortly thereafter. So Gabix, I'm not sure what's going on, buddy. This is a weird spot. I can fill it so I can reread the latest on the update. I already did that, and you can find out more yourself by checking it out over on the Warsaken Discord page. And NashvilleLou.com. It's got my contact information, social media, recent broadcasts, upcoming broadcasts. Although I need to update it to reflect the upcoming Blue Mint tournaments. The next one of those is tomorrow. And that's going to be interesting. That's another, if I stream before it, then we're talking about a hard deadline to get out in time for tournament competition. Anyway, tomorrow's tournament, it's free to enter on Blue Mint. Depth Charge 1. And that'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC tomorrow. Remember, today, 8 p.m. Eastern is the cutoff for Warsaken Blitz as they get prepared to do a big update to the game, so that tournament will start 24 hours after that. So hopefully everything will be good to go for the tournament. More information about that Blue Mint tournament for tomorrow. And then the second one for later in the week at that bluemint.com. The full link's there. BLUMINT.com. It's Gabix's turn. I'm not sure what the slow roll is here. What's going on? This is where for somebody like Quadrell's Art, who does a great job playing 4 people at once, if you run into this, it's not as big of a deal. But if you're 1 versus 1, it's a different matter. Asking Gabix, are you there? Oh, okay. Just as I sent that, Gabix says my game froze. Oh no. Did F5 not work? Question mark. Well, hopefully the big update coming later today will help alleviate whatever these sorts of problems are that are apparently creeping up. It happened a couple of times for me the other day, the last time I streamed Warsaken Blitz. Yeah, because I'm in the phone. Oh. I don't know what to tell you then. We can try redoing the game. I mean, it's not like I was in a power position. I had a bunch of terrible cards. So, I mean, Okay, so you can't F5 a phone. Oh. I don't know. I play this game on a computer, so I'm not sure how mobile works with it. I mean, we can just redo the game. I can easily do that. I mean, it's too bad for you, Gavik, because you had the advantage. I mean, I had a bunch of nothing matches except for the WMDs that I do not want to put out there right now. We can reset and try again. I mean, that's going to be my suggestion at this point, if we just remake the game and try it again. And that'll probably be my last match before the break, because it's now at 36 past the hour. This is a challenge here with Warsaken Blitz, because there's not a clock involved. If you got somebody that's playing on a phone and that phone's not cooperating, it won't work for them. You have to have mobile as part of this, obviously, but it's just sitting here with this spinning and going to work. So maybe Gavik can restart it. We'll try again. Is not back? Okay. Let's restart another match. Let's play another match. No worries. I understand. Okay. Alright, so we'll try again to get connected with Gavix. Okay, ready to try again whenever you are. So we'll try this match again here with Gavix. We'll have that after this next match. We'll have the break for the hour. On the other side of that break, we'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. Have another one for the next hour as well, so you want to stick around for that. See, it just kind of randomly assigns you with the subtitles, your title, however you want to think of it. But I guess with the upcoming update, you'll actually be able to, I think with those prize wheel spins, some of those names will be up there. Although I'm not sure the specifics on that. Okay, this looks a lot like the hand of my last game as far as things not matching. Mulligan. Two of a kind building, but that's it. Double mulligan. I don't like using a double mulligan, but I didn't like that hand. I'm just destined to not have a good hand here against Gavix to start with. My goodness. Yikes. This is why I say, if you have like two of a kind force, like don't go chasing three of a kind on like mulligan, because you might end up with a bunch of uglo hands in a row. I had a better hand that I started with than going here, but that was the chance I took with a double mulligan. That second mulligan, you're stuck with what they give you, and your opponent gets an extra card. So hopefully this will work for Gavix. I'm not keen on waiting until, like, well past the next hour to get, to get past this. So hopefully this will go at a reasonable pace. Okay, I got the code from, all right, this is the same game, I guess, huh? Or am I just way off? Okay, hang on, did I not already type that in? Okay, this is the same game. I'm getting confused here. I'm trying to read several things at once. Discord, have fun in Discord. I'm not going to look at Discord right now. I'm trying to worry about a broadcast here. There's a lot of people having fun over in Discord right now. Just if I have that open, then it's like, okay, that's something else to distract me in the periphery. We're having a blast here. Streamers vs. Legion 2, opening day. It's a month-long event. Okay, I lied. I'm looking in Discord again. I do want to see what's going on in there. A bunch of people having fun. It looks like in the war zone, the voice chat. And people in the chill zone. A lot of people in there. So hello to everybody watching over on the Warsaken Discord. Ask, is it working for you? I mean, if this doesn't work with Gavix here, we may just have to probably play it another time, Gavix, because it's 20 minutes till 5 p.m. Eastern. That's the 3-hour countdown. That's a firm 3 hours, too. Not working. Okay. Let's try again another time. Sorry, it's not working for you. Frozen. Make a frowny face. Okay, I can't do a frowny face. I'm 45 years old. I shouldn't need to make frowny faces anyway, but I try to make sure my comments are not taken wrongly hostile. It can be easy to misunderstand online. Okay, frozen the mulligans, so I can empathize on that. My cards just felt like they froze up in the mulligans. Okay, well, here's what's going to happen. You see how the playlist here? Well, I guess soon you're going to have to actually have these songs, and you can obtain them, I guess, through wheel spins, as I understand it. So, again, I use my own music for my broadcast, but that's for all of my, not just Warsaken. It's a broadcasting thing for me with NashvilleLou Live. I don't run into problems this way, usually, although sometimes it still happens. So, okay, how do I even get out of this, though, if my opponent's like, I can't get past this screen? Okay, well, I'll tell you I'm going to get out of it. I'm just going to kill the app, and I'll restart it. Okay. Well, it's 41 past the hour now, so here's what's going to happen. I want to give something away. Itching to give something away, so we'll give away another booster pack on the other side of this break. So I'm going to exit out of the app entirely. And Gavix, I'm sorry that things aren't working out, buddy, but hopefully, I mean, we got an entire month. Sure you're going to find plenty of chances for us to face off here upcoming. So, all right, try and get things organized here. All right. Well, there's the information on the targets for streamers versus Legion. These are all people, including myself, who live stream Warsaken Blitz on Twitch. The Legion, of course, people that play Warsaken Blitz, really enjoy it, trying to get victories all over all of the different streamers out there. So I'm going to next, we're going to advance, but I'm going to take a break. So Tech, you're up next, pal, but on the other side of the break. So we're going to have this break. Going to give away another Warsaken booster pack, and then hopefully the game will cooperate with the live player versus player matches. Unfortunately, it didn't work with Gavix. We've had some fun matches in the past. We'll play again in the future for sure. But for now, the show must go on, and I must take a break. Back in just a few minutes with more NashvilleLou Live Warsaken Blitz, Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2. Stay tuned. Watch the order there. Bring the music on down. So back from break, type exclamation point Warsaken in chat to enter the giveaway. Exclamation point Warsaken. One of you will be winning the Warsaken booster pack giveaway for this hour. Many thanks to Warsaken for giving me these packs to give away. Getting excited for set 2 coming up very soon. Also, if you haven't entered the queue and you want to, now's your last chance. I'm going to close it soon. I have to make sure I'm out before 8 p.m. Eastern. Try to get to everybody as well as I can. I know that there are plenty of people wanting to participate in Streamers vs. Legion. Hit List 2 starts today, runs the entire month. I'll do my best to make myself available to as many players as possible. But there's that big update coming at 8 p.m. Eastern time. All right, last chance to get in on this booster pack giveaway for the hour. Exclamation point Warsaken. We'll run the LAC Tools selection gimmick here in a second, and then we'll have a winner. I'll give away that booster pack. It'll be on to the next match. All right, here we go. So we're doing the giveaway. Have another Warsaken booster pack to give away in the next hour. We're about to have one right here, right now. Let's see who the lucky winner is. Tissues, congratulations. Congrats, Tissues. All right, so Tissues victorious there. I'm going to get that sent out, and then we'll be ready with our next match here in just a moment or two with Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. Tissues, I have your wax address written down on my primary Warsaken list, so it makes it easy to add it up here in this Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 list. All right, congrats. All right. All right, Tech, we'll be ready for you next. I was seeing if I missed a code, but if you've got a code, please send that my way. Hey, you're welcome, Tissues. Thank you for watching. Thanks everybody for watching and playing. Having a lot of fun with this. So, Tissues, I'm going to send you this booster pack right now. NashvilleLou Live prize. Today's date. Double checking that address I've got for you. Send it your way now. Gonna get the code here. I've got the code waiting for me from my next opponent. It says success. So, Tissues, you should have that pack now in your inventory. So check that out and enjoy it. It's yours. Hang on, I gotta bounce back here. I didn't do this right. Gotta bring the slate up here so that I can switch out. And we'll switch one more thing out as well. Oh, let's see, where am I at? Okay. Now. Okay, so I've got the code from Tech. I will go ahead and jump in real fast on this. My Stream Manager page locked up on me. It really threw me for a loop there for a second, so pardon me for the delay there as I get ready for this. To check something here real fast. Okay. Well, that's working. Sometimes I have to go through and double check a few things. It takes a moment or two longer, but part of it. There we go. Close the queue. Had to wait for the interface to load up for me there. Okay. Then there's the other part of it where I have to... Actually, the inner queue thing will disappear. Replaced with queue is closed. We'll have to be out by 8 p.m. Eastern because that's the big updates happening with Warsaken at that point. So the queue is closed and it reflect that, and it does. Okay, so now finally I can get things going here. Yes, I gotta hurry up and wait in some ways. All right, good deal. Glad to hear it, Tissues. Glad to hear you got it. Right. All right, taking on tech.
Warsaken.
Welcome, congrats. And again, I want to make mention for tomorrow, got that Warsaken Blitz tournament for I pulled up the wrong browser and it really threw me for a loop there for a second. Warsaken Blitz tournament depth charge 1. 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, 0000 UTC, so 24 hours after the big update is the first Blue Mint tournament. Information there in the link, bluemint.com, BLUMINT.com. Two of a kind force, let's keep it. It'll be interesting to see the choices some players go with the card backs and some of the various extras with the end game that's going to be coming with this big update they have planned. So two of a kind weather, one of a kind force. This is NashvilleLou Live playing Warsaken Blitz. Roll to 4. This is Streamers versus Legion Hit List 2, a month-long event. Some of the best Warsaken Blitz players in the Legion try and take out some of their favorite streamers. People that live stream Warsaken Blitz. It's a fun game to live stream. Two of a kind weather. 3 spots are open by Warzone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Two of a kind force with Roman's prototype. So again, if you had any intentions or plans of buying any of the Set 1 packs that are still available in the Warsaken store, you're going to want to do so soon. Those are going to disappear very soon. Get ready for Set 2. Much more information available over on the Warsaken Discord page. I'm taking on tech. Hopefully we get connected here. I'm concerned after what happened against Gavix. I mean, I can say, okay, that's all. Maybe there was some sort of an issue with the phone that Gavix was using. I don't know. Okay, here we go. Taking on tech. It's a roll of 4. So two of a kind force to match the two of a kind weather. Remember, look for the insignia. Let you know the category. That's the important part. Two of a kind intel. And that ends the turn. 2. Okay, 2 spots are open in my war zone, so it's got room there for a two of a kind. Play intel, the time detonation. Like you might notice in times where I've had to F5 the browser to reload it, or the app, I should say, that the die color will change, or you'll get different looking card backs. It switches that out kind of at random now to give everybody a nice preview. I'll look at some of the various options. But soon, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, soon you'll be able to win those items via the wheel spins that Warsaken has planned. Again, more information on that over on Warsaken's Discord channel. You can find a lot of information out there, some great people to help you out. Again, I'm concerned after what happened with Gavix. There's a 2. Okay. As long as everything's working okay, I can be patient. Well, no play there for Tech, my opponent. 3. Speaking of which, I really did a poor job of writing down what happened here. So I'll put no contest for the Gavix match. Then I need to put down here that I'm playing against Tech. Actually, I need to make sure I've got Tech's. That's where if I get off this form, or making sure I do my due diligence and I get behind. So I've got to make sure I get Tech's Discord name. What a hassle that is. But it's worth it because it's a lot of fun. Rolled a 3. Nothing makes 3 of a kind. I'm going to pass up all 3 actions and end the turn. And this is information I normally keep track of anyway. And it's normally me having to constantly remember to keep up with it because there's so many things pulling my attention. The live audience, you've got the broadcast, you're trying to actually play the game, trying to keep track of other things. 2 of a kind force, that's it. So a lot of firepower out there in my opponent's war zone, but nothing for 3 of a kind. My turn, it's a 4. All right, well, that's a nice time to go 3 of a kind intel. Do a little trim work. 1 off the top of 3 each. Or 3 total.
Select target.
We'll bounce a weather.
Select target.
We'll bounce the force over there.
Select target.
We'll bounce that intel. 3 actions to go for the turn. 2 spots are open in my war zone. Got 2 of a kind weather, 2 of a kind force. We'll go 2 of a kind weather again. Lasting blizzard. 1 action to go for the turn, but nothing makes 3 of a kind. I want to keep that last spot in my war zone open. So on the turn. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. We passed 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time now. So less than 3 hours to go until the big update for Warsaken. So the queue is closed. I'll get through these remaining opponents as quickly as possible between now and then. You know, I want to give myself extra time, but I know sometimes matches can take longer than you might expect. Still quite a bit out there after the last turn for my opponent. It's a 6. Well, I go fire in the fields and get myself an extra turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. 5 actions to go for the turn. Go 2 of a kind Bella Ivanova. 3 actions to go for the turn, but nothing else makes 3 of a kind. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, so I'm going to pass up the last 3 actions. Go for the extra turn. 3. All right, perfect. WMD. You can play at most 1 WMD per match in Warsaken Blitz. That'll take out 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
So you see the queue as it is now, that 9 remaining. Had to close it since got that hard out for 8 p.m. Eastern. As it is, I'm afraid this might be cutting it close, and that's closing the queue with more than 3 hours to go, but okay, I don't want to rush anybody. I don't want to have a match abruptly end because I didn't do a thorough enough job of time management. 3 of a kind force. That'll take me down to 3 territories. Thus far today, I am 2-4 against the Legion. So I've lost 4 times. Go with 2 victories. 3 of a kind weather means an extra turn. Roll a 4. Three of a kind force. I'll be down to 2 territories remaining. Make sure to post there in chat so I don't forget it later, asking the Discord username there for tech. So I have to keep track of that as far as the competition goes. Okay, well. All right, easy enough. The WMD does me no good at this point since you only play at most one per match in Blitz, so 3-of-a-kind force will take out one of my opponent's 2 remaining territories.
Select target.
Just clicked to get on the button there. I have 2 territories remaining. My opponent has just one. Only one action to go for the turn. I don't think part of a building trio right now makes a whole lot of sense. So I won't do that. Instead, I'll play a Jax Nash force card, and that will end my turn. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. It's a roll of 3. Already given away a number of packs. 3 to be precise. Of course, have the prize wheel for people that beat me here live on stream. That's whether it's for Streamers vs. Legion or not. 3-of-a-kind force has me down to 1 territory just like my opponent. My turn, 3. Okay. Could go Intel. Always fun to send 2 building cards of your opponents into the discard pile. Actually, I think I'll do that. Or should I not? Let's see. If I didn't do that, I go 3-of-a-kind here. I have an opponent with a compromised leader. That'd be playing what? Like maybe a hammerhead as a standalone. I wouldn't want to split up the building cards doing this. Oh, let's see. We each have 1 territory remaining. Let's just do it this way. Jax Nash.
Select target.
So 1 action to go for the turn. I'll play a hammerhead.
Compromised.
My opponent's got a compromised leader. I just need 3-of-a-kind force to get the win. We'll see if I'll regret not going with that intel there. Which I could have done, but didn't. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tech. That Discord username. Roll of 1. Wow. But it is 3-of-a-kind building cards. So it could be weather. It could be a blizzard since there's already one out there. Nope, didn't go for the blizzard. Went for the 3-of-a-kind weather, though. 5. Wow. Well, that's not enough, is it? That's not going to be enough. Oh, my. I can play 3-of-a-kind and go back for weather to... That wouldn't actually make much sense, would it? Don't want any hammerheads in there. I don't have any... Oh, my. Can't go intel now. Too late for that. Guess I'll go back for the force. Two actions to go, so. But I may not get another roll. We'll see. Roll of 5 there for my opponent. Taking on Tech. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. So Natha CGA be up next. 3-of-a-kind force. Got a compromised leader.
Compromised.
There's 2 more force cards to match to 1 out there. That's going to be the match. 2-of-a-kind. So I should be able to get the win here. I only need one more Jax Nash. Now roll a 6, but I don't need one per se. Jax Nash for the win.
Select target.
Oh, Tex had made a mistake. Good game. It's a tough one if you misplay. Oh no. All right, so Natha, you're up next. Okay, so there's a note for Natha. I'm ready. If you got a connect code, and also need a Discord username. Presuming you're part of the Streamers vs. Legion event. If you're not, then I wouldn't have to have it. I'm not sure. Oh, there's the code. Thank you. Thank you. Stop. Typing thank you into the join a match code isn't the right way to go about it. So thank you for that. I've got the connect code. We'll get that now. And we'll get things started with our next match.
Warsaken.
Taking on Natha. Yeah, sorry, Tech. The queue's closed. Remember, I got to get out before that big update at 8 p.m. Eastern time. I'm sure we'll play again sometime soon. I'll do my best to play many players as possible, but with that update coming, that is a bit of a hard out for me here. Two of a kind intel, so I could keep it, but mulligan. So did the cards actually switch? Yes, they did, and they got worse. So I'm going to take a second mulligan, give my opponent an extra card, and I'm stuck with whatever they give me. See, again, that's chasing with a mulligan. You can run into trouble. Thank you. All right, so that last match, I'm now 3-4 against the Legion today. So 3 wins, 4 losses. So 4 people thus far have beaten me in this Streamers vs. Legion competition. Here we go. Let's roll a 5. Again, later in this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. Wide open war zone, 5 actions to go for the turn. We'll go 2 of a kind A9 Hammerhead, Force cards. Ah, come on. Okay, 3 spots open in my war zone, 3 actions to go for the turn. We'll go 2 of a kind assassination attempt, intel. I'll leave that last action unused, and I'll end my turn. So it's a roll of 2 for Natha. Two of a kind, force cards to end the turn. My turn. 3. 2 spots open in my war zone. I could play building cards. I could go 2 of a kind with that. That's a lot of intel to put out there if I put a second duo of intel. So unusual as it is, I will go 2 of a kind with the building cards here on the laser air defense station. I'll keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. I'll end my turn. So a big update is coming at 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC for Warsaken. Get ready for set 2. New era for the game is about to launch just as we get things started here for the month with Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2. Some of the best Warsaken Blitz players take on some of the most popular Warsaken Blitz live streamers. The idea being to try and get victories over all the different live streamers for the various members of the Legion. So it's 2 of a kind force, 2 of a kind weather, standalone weather for my opponent. My turn. 4. Okay, well, I'm going to pull back the building cards. 2 spots now open by Warzone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Let's go with a pair of XTT APC force cards. It's a roll of 5 for my opponent. And remember to tune in tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern for the next Blue Mint tournament for Warsaken Blitz. Still have to get things figured out for sure with a broadcast plan for tomorrow, but I plan more live player versus player matches on one side or the other of that tournament. The timing's a little bit tricky for me, but that's going to be the case sometimes, especially as American football season gets ready to start. Roll to 2, so go 3 of a kind with a hammerhead, take out a territory.
Select target.
Just 1 action remains for the turn for me. I'll play a 00 Black Blade, a force card. So Natha rolls a 3. Three of a kind weather, so Natha will have an extra turn after this turn finishes up. Still 2 actions to go here. Two of a kind force, extra turn, roll of 1. Standalone weather to end the turn. My turn. 4. Well. Go 3 of a kind weather with a blinding sandstorm. Again, extra turn. One action to go for this turn. I'll play that second Black Blade. Extra turn. 5. Well. Another 3 of a kind weather. Another extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. Now I can play this third assassination attempt. I'm going to bounce 3 cards from my opponent's war zone.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
For this turn, I still have 1 action to go. I can play a building card here. Extra turn. And it's not letting me click, so I'll F5 it. Bringing in a fresh dealer. Like I'm in a poker room in Vegas. Look at that die. Got this snazzy one. 3. Okay, well, I can go 2 of a kind with the building cards to match the third one that's already out there. And I can go back for either weather, force, or intel. Let's make it weather. 1 action to go for the turn. I'm not going to put the weather out there that's already been played. That would make it a very easy and obvious target. Instead, play an Agent Rico. And that's it for the turn. Remember, later in this hour, we'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. Somebody here live in chat. That giveaway coming up after the next break. Roll 3. So the queue is closed. The big update's coming at 8 p.m. Eastern time for Warsaken. Getting ready for the Set 2 era. 3 of a kind weather. Extra turn for Natha. 1 action to go for this turn. And it's a force card played. Extra turn. 4. Three of a kind force. That'll take out one of my 4 territories. Two actions to go for the turn for Natha. Both down to 3 territories. Make that 2 territories for me. Another 3 of a kind force. All right, it's my turn. 4. Well, let's again always look first, but okay. 1 spot open in my war zone, 3 of a kind weather. We'll go for the extra turn. Not the 3 actions here. Extra turn. Be careful on that. It doesn't ask if you're sure, it just does it. 1 action to go, so I'll play a second Agent Rico. Extra turn. 5. All right, I've got 3 of a kind WMD. Now I've got 2 sets of them, I only need 1. We'll have the infected water supply.
Select target.
This will take out 2 of my opponent's 3 remaining territories. One territory remains for Natha. 2 actions to go for me for the turn. 3rd, Agent Rico.
Select target.
It's going to take out that last territory, give my opponent a compromised leader.
Compromised.
1 action to go for the turn. Play a Black Blade.
Select target.
Oh, thanks, 3 of a kind. I was slow rolling this and didn't even realize I had the win right there. I thought I only had 2 out there. It's distracted. Wow, that boy snuck up on me.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, good game, Natha. I was able to get the win there over Natha. Of course, it helps if I write the results correctly. So that was a win. So now I'm tied with the Legion at 4. 4 wins, 4 losses today for me against competitors from the Legion. All right, so we'll get going to the next match here in just a moment. Yeah, sorry, Neth, I had to close the queue. Remember, 8 p.m. Eastern, I have to be done. Type it in chat. You know, that helps as far as for translation purposes. All right. Okay, so tissues. Tissues, you're up next. And just like with everybody else, I have to make sure I have the correct name for you for your Discord name. This is Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Live. This is a month-long Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 event. Members of the Legion people, I love playing Warsaken Blitz, take on some of the most prominent streamers who play the game. Members of the Legion try to get at least one victory over all the various streamers taking part. Thank you, Tissues. Got their connect code. All right, great. And make sure I've got this written down here as well for the Discord. Thank you. Thank you for that, Tissues. All right, here we go. Taking on Tissues 101. Here with Warsaken Blitz. The queue is closed. I have to be finished before 8 p.m. Eastern. Make that big update plan to get things all set for set 2 of Warsaken. Here we are with Warsaken Blitz. None of these cards match. So an easy choice here with the mulligan. Two-of-a-kind intel, two-of-a-kind weather. I'll keep it. It's such a risk to go with that second mulligan. Plus, you give up the extra card to your opponent. Sometimes that works out, and then sometimes it just doesn't. And I appreciate everybody's patience. I know it takes some time. You got to wait. And I try to keep that in mind. I never want to just fly past somebody who's been waiting a long time. But at some point, you know, everybody else is waiting as well, and it gets difficult. So it's nice when it works out. It worked out for me getting to go first here. 6. Well, nothing that makes 3 of a kind, but with a wide open war zone, I can go 3 sets of 2 potentially. Although that means putting some intel out there. Although I'm not necessarily adverse to doing that. We'll start with the weather. 2 of a kind, cloud cover, 2 of a kind, violent tornado. Very different types of weather, but they function the same, just like all the different weather cards function the same here in Warsaken Blitz. That's part of what makes this game great for people who are completely unfamiliar with Warsaken in general. Blitz is easy to learn. 2 of a kind intel. Again, different types of intel, but they serve the same function here in Blitz. Simplified. Makes it very easy to learn how the various categories work. So I've got 2 of a kind weather, a second 2 of a kind weather, 2 of a kind intel. Roll of 1. So a tough draw there to start for Tissues. Two. All right, Cosmic Alien, thank you for the follow. As I get closer to 500 followers here on Twitch, I appreciate it greatly. Thank you. All right, well, 2 spots, or 2 actions here. 1 spot open in my war zone. Nothing makes 3 of a kind. So I'm just going to end the turn. It's really interesting with Twitch. For the longest time, I had an account, but I didn't live stream. And then I did some like wrestling, like tech simulation games that, not necessarily the most compelling content, but I was trying stuff out. This is a while back. And some Fire Pro Wrestling World. All the various games I've tried, 2 of a kind weather there for Tissues. All the games I've tried live streaming, Warsaken Blitz has resonated like nothing else. My follower count, you look back to like May, like it started to shoot up, and now it's close to 500. Roll a 6. And there are people that have many, many more followers on here, but it's just been interesting to see. This game has captured people's imagination and interest more than I would have ever expected. It's great. I'm very happy because it's a high-quality game. All right, 3 of a kind weather will take the extra turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. 5 actions to go for the turn. Again, nothing makes 3 of a kind. So there's that. We'll go 2 of a kind force with a W1 MG. It's tanks. 3 spots or 3 actions to go for the turn. 1 spot open in my war zone. I'm going to keep it as is. End the turn. Extra turn. 4. There we go. So I can go 3 of a kind WMD. And I'll take out 2 of my opponent's 4 territories with a white phosphorus bomb. Cosmic Alien, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it greatly. So, greetings and welcome, everybody. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou, live here. First day of August. Played a WMD, which allows me to take out 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. Be giving away a Warsaken booster pack later this hour. After my next break, 1 action to go for the turn. I've got 2 of a kind with a tornado out there, let's play a third and get an extra turn. Extra turn. Here it is. A 1. So 1 card, 1 action. Nothing that would even set up 3 of a kind necessarily. Play a weather card. Or well, let's look what we have here for a second. Okay, I don't have any weather out there, so let's do it. Ideal conditions. Trying to respond with a hype emoji in OBS Studio. Tissues saying I rolled a total of 3 so far. Come on, rig dice. With a ha ha ha, but truth and humor, I know it's been a tough go over there. And that happens sometimes in Warsaken Blitz. As I've noted before, this is why I think it's very important that we do things the way we do with these tournaments. That, like what Blument's going to have tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll have my matches here live on NashvilleLou Live. A roll of 5 here for Tissues. But to have those tournaments be 2 out of 3 matches, even for those early rounds, because getting really bad RNG, bad luck with the roll the die for 1 match, it'd be too bad for that to upend somebody's tournament. I mean, you can have bad luck in 2 matches, but you know, at some point you have to draw the line. And of course, 3 out of 5 for the final 3. Oh my. Oh my. I can play a second weather here. It's nice and all, but ooh, I would have liked to have gone 3 of a kind intel, but not an option. So I'm going to pass up those last 2 actions. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, and I'll end the turn. It's a roll of 6. Look out for Tissues. Riverkind Intel. He's my favorite move against me, the haircut. 1 each off the top when he got out with 3 wide, 2 deep in their war zone like I had there. That's it for the turn. Well, I can go back for the stuff that got taken out, which is a nice option. I can go 3 of a kind force and take out one of those 2 territories that are remaining. I don't have enough to go get the intels and play the one from here and the one from my hand in this turn to go after that. So I can't do that here. Oh, let's just go. I mean, I could use my building cards now, but I'm not going to. 3 of a kind force.
Select target.
This will take Tissues down to just 1 territory remaining. One action to go for the turn. I got that one of a kinds out there after that 3 of a kind intel attack against me. Speaking of which, well, we'll go ahead and play this second instigated riots. I can do that. And that's it for the turn. There's always a chance I can catch that 4th one. Because there's one in that discard pile now. And there's another one in that arsenal, my deck. 26 cards remaining. Roll of 1. Let's see what Tissues does here. Is there a 3 of a kind up there for Tissues? The 2 out there. No, there's not. Ooh. 2. Man. Brutal. Okay, well, let's pull back the W1MG tank. I can do that. 1 action to go. I could pull back that standalone weather, but I don't know. And Tissue says, got nothing, kill me, ha ha ha. Well, maybe you have nothing until this next turn. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. It's a roll of 3 here for Tissues. Again, I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack later in the hour. I'll be giving away another in the next hour as well. 3 of a kind force. It's going to have me down to 3 territories. 2 actions still to go for this turn for Tissues. Two of a kind weather. My turn. 6. Well. So I can go 3 of a kind intel. But I can use my... I think the better play is to go with building cards. I can go back and get that third instigated riots. The ideal conditions is already out there. I don't have another one of those, do I? Oh, I do? Okay, that's what I'm going back for. That's the play. Go back for the weathers. Play those. So that's the move. But to get to that point, I play the building cards first to go get it. So I'm bringing 3 cards back. Thanks to the trio building cards there. 3 cards back to my hand from my discard pile. Take that ideal conditions. The instigated riots. And I'll go ahead and reclaim that tank. So 3 actions to go here. I can go 2 of a kind weather. Extra turn. 1 action to go for this turn. Now I can play that third instigated riots that I just brought back. Let's bounce. All's fair and turnaround, right? Bounce, bounce, bounce. Extra turn 4. Okay, well. Play the tanks. Tishy said, here's too little too late. We'll see about that. As far as what Tissues will be able to do against me here.
Compromised.
Okay, 1 action to go for the turn. Max Harper. But now it's Tissues' turn. And remember, there's a big update coming to Warsaken at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. 0000 UTC. So that's why I closed the queue when I did. I know there are people wanting to get in there after it, but I've got to make sure I'm out before that point. Make sure everybody gets a chance to play as much as possible, and then get to enjoy things post-update. We'll have that tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to time it around the Blue Mint tournament. That'll be tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. That Blue Mint, BLUMINT.com. Blue Mint, the Warsaken Blitz tournament for tomorrow. As you said, get a dud? Uh-oh. Well, 3 of a kind weather. That's not a dud. 2 actions to go for the turn with an extra turn to come. 2 of a kind building cards. And it's a roll of 5. Look out. So if there's a third building card coming in, you would anticipate that here. Maybe not, but you would anticipate that. You never know in this game. 3 of a kind build. Unless you're drawing dead. That's the only case where you really know that, okay, you don't have a chance. At that point, you're better off just conceding anyway. So is this weather going to be targeted here, as I anticipate? Fire in the fields, but 2 of them. That's interesting. Okay. The unpredictable Tissues. 3 of a kind weather. So another extra turn. It's possible I may not get another roll of the die. Depends what happens here. There's 2 of a kind WMD with the extra turn. I was able to force a discard of 1 of them, but if there's a 4th in that deck that Tissues has, that's going to have me down to 1 territory. Let's see. 3 actions to go here. Stacking up the weather, another extra turn. Vintage Tissues. Oh my goodness, a roll of 6. Kind WMD. That's going to take me down to 1 territory remaining. Oh my. And Tissues has 22 cards, I should note. Five actions to go for this turn. Yeah, sorry, the queue is closed. I've got to be finished with this before 8 p.m. Eastern. Three of a kind force. I've got a compromised leader. 2 actions to go for the turn.
Compromised.
What a turn of events here against Tissues. Like I told you, don't give up hope in this game. Three of a kind weather. Oh my, extra turn. This could be it. It's a 4. All Tissues needs three of a kind force or three of a kind weather to get an extra turn again. But if it's three of a kind force, there's 1. A weather card, 2 actions to go. The dramatics with Tissues, there's 2. Do we have 3? Got 2 of the nameless soldiers up here, right? Oh, selfless hero, excuse me. The selfless hero. 1 action to go. Is there a 3rd weather? Is there a 3rd hero? All right, congratulations. Tissues victorious. So Tissues has given the Legion the lead back. I had managed to tie it up at 4 apiece, but now the Legion's back on top as far as Legion versus me today in this opening day of the Streamers versus Legion Hit List 2 competition. All right, so we're going to find out what prize Tissues won here in just a moment. So 8 p.m. Eastern Time is a scheduled system update. As I understand it, at least. So that's why I've got the queue closed. I've got to be out before then. So I'll bring the slate up for a moment. We'll go over to the prize wheel and find out what Tissues has won here with this victory over me. Obviously a win in the Streamers vs. Legion event. So congratulations. Put the Legion back on top 5-4 against me. As far as head-to-head, I'll try and keep track of that. But just like usual, we have the prize wheel here. My Warsaken prize wheel presented in part by my Land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So let's sort it. Got 46. There were 2 results earlier that I had to reset the wheel. But the entry information is the same as before. And there's still a lot of great stuff up here. 3 epics, a loot pack, the set 1 loot pack, obviously. Set 2 stuff's coming soon, so a lot of these, if you don't get these now, time is ticking. So a bunch of super rares, the Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. That's been up here a long, long time. The ultra rares, the very rares. Some thug juice. Give the wheel some thug juice. Give it a bunch of spins. Good luck, Tissues. Oh, it's just barely hung on there. Very rare ES5 Desert Bighorn, number 731. Congrats. Well said, congrats. And I'll make sure to note Tissues, who won a booster pack earlier in the hour, victorious in a big comeback against me here in live player versus player competition. So I'm going to send that along with the replica floppy disk of NashvilleLou Live. The thing I'm throwing in there for people that defeat me here in this Streamers versus Legion competition. Hit list 2. All right, so I'm getting this transferred right now. Well, thus far, the Legion is 5-4 against me, so a winning record for the Legion thus far. Okay, so I made sure I had this noted here. The results section. All right, so I'll bring up the slate for a moment. Gonna show off the prize here that Tissues won. I'll take my hourly break. On the other side of that break, I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. As noted, Tissues won booster pack earlier in the hour, then beat me here in live competition, a major comeback. And there it is. Congratulations. The floppy, you want more? Well, you got the floppy as well, but you got the ES4 Desert Bighorn. I love the way those very rare cards look as far as kind of shine effect. It's a nice look. It's a nice card, and it's yours. Congratulations, Tissues. All right, thank you, Zeldris. Got that connect code from you, and we'll have that coming up in just a moment. Or just a few moments, I should say. Okay, so heading to break. On the other side of this break, I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. And let me double check something real fast here with the queue. I need to advance it to Zeldris, and it'll be on the other side of this. And we'll go from there. Yeah, it does have that sky look. That's another thing that is nice. It makes it feel like it adds to it, it enhances it. It never trivializes the fact that it's a game about war, so it's very serious. Okay, so we'll advance, and the queue is closed, but Zeldris, I've got the code. We'll get connected on the other side. Of course, first, though, when we come back from break, another Warsaken booster pack giveaway. So I've got 6 opponents remaining. I have to be out. It's a hard out for 8 p.m. Eastern. Got a big update coming to the game. Getting ready for set 2. Back in just a few minutes. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. Stay tuned. right, coming back from break. Go ahead and type Warsaken. Exclamation point Warsaken in chat. Poor job of playing that out as far as me doing the copy paste on that. Not going to scramble to do it. So it's exclamation point Warsaken. Just type that in chat. Enter this hour's Warsaken booster pack giveaway. Have a giveaway this hour and one in the next hour for sure. Now's your chance to get in. Just type exclamation point Warsaken in chat. And Lack Tools will do the choosing here in just a couple of moments. So I have the next connect code ready to go, fortunately, so we'll be able to get things going with that here in just a couple of moments for the next Warsaken Blitz player versus player match. Streamers versus Legion, hit list 2. It's a month-long event. Some of the best players in Warsaken try and take out some of the most popular live streamers of Warsaken Blitz. And thus far, the Legion has more wins than I do in the head-to-head matchups. After Tissues with that big rally to get the victory over me, made it 5-4 Legion for me today. So, okay, last call for the exclamation point Warsaken. Type that in chat to get in on this hour's Warsaken booster pack giveaway. And we're going to start the draw right now. We'll do this giveaway of a Warsaken booster pack. I didn't even put the booster pack on screen. The poor job of that. There we go. A little visual to go with it. That's what you're getting is a Warsaken booster pack. If your name is drawn here, let's see. We've already given away a number of these today. JHU leader, congrats. So congratulations, JHU leader. Got a separate list for this, so to make sure it goes over there. So I'll send that over to you right away here. Warsaken booster pack. Again, many thanks to Warsaken for making these booster packs available for giveaways here live on stream. And thank you for confirming the wax address there, JHU leader. I'll make sure it gets to the right spot. Send it to you right now. And we'll get ready to go with the next match here in player versus player competition. And the queue is closed. Big update is coming to the game at 8 p.m. Eastern times when the update's going to begin. I don't know how long that process will take, but for the purposes of the live stream, of course, I want to get through this and make sure everybody's has a chance to play their match. We're not running against the clock trying to get everything wrapped up. So I'll do my best to accommodate people as much as possible throughout the month. You only have to beat me once in these competitions to check my name off the list. So I'll avail myself as much as I can, even some perhaps unusual for me time slots. So I'll note here, NashvilleLou live prize. This booster pack giveaway, it's going over to you right now. JHU leader, congratulations on the win. All right, it says success, so double check and make sure it's there, but it should be, so congratulations. It was just exclamation point Warsaken. That was what I had people doing in chat there for that booster pack giveaway. I'll have another one in the next hour, so we've got that coming up. I have to remember to fix this. It's so complicated for me with the OBS Studio. I'm sure there's easier ways, but to get this to work the way I wanted to for today, I had to make sure it worked the right way. Okay. Now, long last, here we go. All right, so taking on Zeldris.
Warsaken.
Yeah, Tissues is right. That's the pretty simple thing with the exclamation point Warsaken. I'll have at least one more booster pack to give away in the next hour. Let's see. Again, this particular deck will give you that false hope. Like I see the B and the B, like the B in black, B in blade, B6, but they don't match. Mulligan. They really wanted to stick me with those two. I'm gonna use the second mulligan. Nothing matches here. Well, at least got the Max Harpers that match. Hey, down in front. Trying to look at my cards. Okay. Again, you're stuck with whatever they give you for that second mulligan, so if you get at least something halfway decent, I consider that a positive, even though your opponent gets that extra card as a result. Just the way it works. But the key with those giveaways, it has to be, I'll clear the queue for the Warsakens, because the idea is to hold people through the break. We'll reward people that stick around and support the broadcast. Let's see. My opponent gets to go first. The game randomly chooses who goes first in a given match of Warsaken Blitz. You start with 1 leader card, 4 territories, and your arsenal of 60 cards, your deck. And from that deck, you draw 8 cards to begin. Maybe use a mulligan or a second mulligan like I did, but whatever the case, that starts the match. 2-of-a-kind weather for my opponent. So always look for that insignia, that bottom left of the card. And that's a WMD, that's skull, that means business. My turn. Here's the point, like typing it now, I'm going to clear it out before the next one, so it does no good. Because otherwise people would just dip in, do that, and just zip out, and that won't cut it. I do it this way for a reason. Okay, that's it. My 1 action for the turn is used. So it's Zeldris' turn here. So we'll have this match and up to 5 more after it. But we're starting to close in on T-minus 2 hours for the big 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 0000 UTC, the big update coming today to Warsaken. So I want to be well clear of that. I know sometimes these games can take longer than you might expect. And I don't want somebody to wait a long time and be like, oops, we ran out of time. Sorry, pal. Roll of 1. And if you want specifics on what this update's going to entail, there's a lot of information available on the Warsaken Discord page. There's 3-of-a-kind weather. That means an extra turn for my opponent with 1 action still to go for this turn. Roll of 5. NashvilleLou.com has my contact information, social media, upcoming schedule, which I'll have to update after this. But recent broadcasts, popular clips, 2-of-a-kind force, standalone WMD, another 2-of-a-kind force, 1 action to go. And a pullback of that WMD. Interesting. My turn. 6. Had to think about it for a second, but I got there. The bad news for me, nothing makes 3-of-a-kind. So I'll play, whoa, not the EMP. Go away with that. Save that for later. Play the second Max Harper. That'll give me 3 spots open in my war zone with 5 actions to go for the turn. We'll go 2-of-a-kind Kensho, the Prime Regent. 2 spots open in my war zone, 3 actions to go for the turn. We'll go 2-of-a-kind Intel, Stolen Blueprints. I want to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. And so I'm going to end my turn here, and I'll pass up that last action. Again, later in this hour, I'll be giving away another Warsaken booster pack. But we're all getting excited for the start of the Set 2 era coming very soon. And if you had any plans to buy any packs for Set 1 that remain in the Warsaken store, your time's almost up on it. As I understand it, they'll no longer be available after at 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 deadline. There's a roll of 6. With 2 sets of 2 force already out there. And a reminder, tomorrow is the next Blue Mint tournament for Warsaken Blitz. That'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. I'll have those matches for you here live on NashvilleLou Live Tournament Edition. There's 3 of a kind force. Takes me down to 3 territories with 3 actions still to go. Zeldris bringing the force. Three of a kind building cards, so you're either going back for force or going back for weather. Made that disappear very quickly. My turn. 1. I could have sworn there were 6 cards in there before. Maybe it's my imagination. Rolled a 1. I can be staring at my opponent's discard pile all day, but a roll of 1 and nothing to make 3 of a kind changes nothing as far as me playing anything here. So let's end the turn. Now you gotta understand, typing exclamation point Warsaken right now doesn't do you any good, because I clear the queue before I open it up there at the end of the break. I mean, feel free to type it if you want to. I'm not going to get mad about it, but just understand that's the way it works. It's a roll of 1. It's been very interesting thus far as a Twitch affiliate, because for the longest time I held out, and enough people came to me privately encouraging me to do it, so this is what we've been going with. But the information I've been able to get about broadcast that I didn't have access to before, I didn't realize I was going to get all of that, so it's a positive. Roll of 5. All right, well, I can at least clear up some room there in my war zone. Play a 3rd Ken show, take out a territory.
Select target.
All right, so 3 territories for my opponent, 3 territories for me. 2 spots open in my war zone, 4 actions to go for the turn. Let's go 2 of a kind weather with the blinding sandstorm. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. I'm going to pass up the last 2 actions and end the turn. Part of the challenge for tomorrow with that tournament, now Wednesday night's normally the one spot I've kind of protected as far as after, because that's like the normal spot for AEW Dynamite. That's like the one thing I make time for, television-wise, during the work week. But the chance to play in those Blue Mint tournaments tends to preempt that. So I'll just have to figure it out for tomorrow. I'll do my best to let it be known. I want to play as many people as possible, people looking to play, of course. 3 of a kind force, whether it's people for the Streamers vs. Legion hit list too, or just one to play in general. But I'll give the nod, the preference will be shown for people in the competition who haven't beaten me yet, who haven't played me yet that day. That's the thought I'm going with on it. So I'm down to 1 territory. Zeldris tearing me up. There's 2 of a kind weather, 2 of a kind force opposite me. My turn. 3. All right, well, I'll play the 3rd Max Harper dealer. That'll take out a 2nd of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
So I have 2 spots open in my war zone, 2 actions to go for the turn. And let's go weather with a pair of terrifying storms. That's it for the turn. Roll of 1. And a standalone WMD. My turn. I'm down to 1 territory, so the WMD isn't nearly as imposing as it might be otherwise. But I can still do damage. I can still take out that last territory, but since I only have 1 left, I can't take out 2, since if you only have 1, at most they can only take 1. Blinding Sandstorm will be 3 of a kind, and I can get an extra turn, which I think I'm going to need. 2 spots open in my war zone. 1 action to go for the turn. I'll play a Freezing Rainstorm. Here's the extra turn. It's a 5. All right, well, I've got some weather. So I've got some options here. Play that 3rd Terrifying Storm. Extra turn. 4 actions to go for this turn. Freezing Rainstorm. Extra turn. So I've got 2 extra turns still to go. 2 actions to go for this turn. Really need to get a 3rd WMD to drop in for me if at all possible, but a little odd without that. I've got 2 actions to go here, but as far as actual force cards, nothing makes 3 of a kind. I don't know if playing Intel would be smart here. I already got Intel out there. Maybe building cards, but which 2 do you go with? Interrogation Facility. We go the extra turn. 6. All right. Well, I'm going to get my WMD right here.
Select target.
And this will give my opponent a compromised leader.
Compromised.
If I could get 3 of a kind force, I'd have the win, but I don't have 3 of a kind force. However, I can go back. What do we have out there right now? 2 and 2, so I can't, nothing I can go back for and play this turn. But I can go back for Max Harper. I can go back for Ken Show. I've already got 1 Ken Show and 1 Max Harper, so a few options on that. Or I could go 3 of a kind Intel and go after my opponent. I think that's possibly even smarter doing it that way. After all that thought, I think that's maybe the better play. Let's bounce.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
Extra turn. Can I get 3 of a kind force? 1. Well, play that 3rd building card. It's my opponent's turn. Let's roll 4. Check out my most popular all-time Twitch clips, NashvilleLou.com/clips. 3 of a kind. Force is going to take out my last territory. We both have a compromised leader. But I'm going to get at least 1 more roll.
Compromised.
If I can roll a 3 or higher, I'll win the match on the next roll. Big if, though. Big if. Said that earlier today, and I think I rolled a 1 when that happened. And I lost the match. 2! I could go Stolen Blueprints. And I could completely clear out my opponent's war zone and play 1 of the Ken Shows, or even if that somehow got taken out, I'd still have 3 of a kind. Oh my. Bounce.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
All right. Again, I've got 4 of them, so I can play 1. Even if it somehow got targeted by an Intel out of nowhere, I would still have 3 more. Otherwise, I would just need a 2 or higher if I get another roll, which might not happen. If my opponent gets a 3 or higher here, this could be the match. I mean, 12 cards up there, who knows? But it's a roll of 5. Also the chance of 3 of a kind weather. A lot of things could happen here. The Barracuda, there's 2. If there's a 3rd, that's the match. That's the match. All right, congratulations. So Zeldris is victorious. With that win, the Legion moves to 6-4 against me today. So I've got a losing record against the Legion. Good performance for opening day. That's the 6th opponent now to beat me in one of these streamers' first Legion hit list 2 matches. It was a hard fight, but you won it there at the end. Congratulations. So for the moment, I'll bring up the slate. We'll head over to the prize wheel and find out what you won. So not only did you win the check mark from me as far as beating me, trying to beat all the different streamers. So you've got that knocked out, and now you get a prize to go with it, along with the NashvilleLou replica floppy disk, the home version of NashvilleLou Live, as it were. So the very rare ES4 Desert Bighorn's off the board. Let's reset it. So you got 1 out of 45 odds for any given listing here. The 3 epics are still up there. The loot pack is still up there. Remember, set 1 here. Set 2 is going to be out very soon. So last chance on some of these. With these super rares, the Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP, who donated that a long time ago. It's had many spins on the wheel. We'll see how long it lasts here in August. Ultra rares, the very rares. Good luck. And I've got the code from Rexy. Thank you. Rexy Nader will be next. So just past that epic listing, but nonetheless a super rare Fermi Energy Plants number 497. Congratulations. All right. And so Rexy, I'm going to need to know your Discord name. Whatever your name is in Discord. Is that something that we going to be keeping track of as far as these Streamers vs. Legion matches go? Okay, but first things first, let's get this prize sent out to Zeldris. That along with the replica floppy. Sending out to people that beat me in these Streamer versus Legion matches here. I've been Fermi. I should bring it to the top, and it does. Make sure I get the proper one. It's a super rare, not a more common variety like I was trying to show me there. And that's part of the value of having the actual mint number written down. You know for sure which one it is, and so do I when I'm sending it out, which helps. So it's a NashvilleLou Live prize, along with today's dates. All right, so we're getting this transferred right now by way of my Fulfillments wallet. Fulfillments with an S on the end. Well, it says success, which I like to see. And so with that, we'll bring the slate up. We'll confirm that it went through. And we'll check it out live on stream. Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. As we get ready for the start of the Set 2 era. With Warsaken and Warsaken Blitz. Make sure I have the proper scene selected. Oh, and I don't. Oh, I botched. There we go. There's the proper overlay for it. Congratulations. All right, thank you, Rexy, for the info there with the Discord. I know it's a bit of a hassle to have that information written down, especially with so many people having to change it. I don't want to pin it. Why is OBS Studio so obstinate with this stuff? Oh, it's frustrating. That's what I get for using that and not going through the browser. There we go. The queue, you're 4th out of 5, so we've got 3 matches still to go. Actually, better if I just hit X. I can show you in chat versus me trying to verbalize it. All right, so there's the queue. So you're number 4 in the queue there. I-420 Spit 710 Fire. So Rexy, you'll be coming up next. I'm losing my place on this. So congratulations, though. There it is, Zeldris. That is yours. Enjoy it. Again, later this hour, I'll be giving away one more Warsaken booster pack. Your chance to win's coming up on the other side of the next break. All right. So that brings us to this point here against Rexy. And I managed to not copy over what I needed to copy over. There it is.
Warsaken.
Okay, I finally have the Discord name written down and saved. So we got you with, we're good to go with that. Right here, Rexy, so we're good. And I'll copy over. Already have your wax address saved here. Easy enough with that. Went through all that, I didn't write down the prize from the last time. So hang on just a second. I'm not going to let myself fall behind on this. That's just not going to happen. Yeah, it was the Fermi energy plants. Okay. Now we can go ahead with it. Again, it's having to be the technical director, guest coordinator. But hey, I can't complain about this. Look at that. 2-of-a-kind force, another 2-of-a-kind force, another 2-of-a-kind weather, keep. And I get to go first. What? Well, I can't complain too much. I can't get all the breaks. A7 axe. That's a force card, and that ends my turn. So roll 2 for Rexy. So we'll have this match and 4 more to go. And to be finished with this before 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time when the big update happens. For Warsaken, get ready for set 2 and big updates to the game. Details in the Warsaken Discord. It's a roll of 5. Well, got some DX8 robot dogs ready to destroy a territory, eliminate it.
Select target.
All right, 3 territories remain for my opponent. All 4 of mine are intact for now. 2 actions to go for the turn. I'll play a second A7 axe. Now 3 spots open in my war zone. 1 action to go for the turn. I'll play a weather card, Fire in the Fields. There's a lot of festivities in the Warsaken Discord. People having fun in there. Excited about the pending start of set 2. Excited about Streamers vs. Legion hit list 2. Birthday celebrations going, all sorts of stuff. People fired up, having fun. Great people in the Warsaken Discord community. 2 sets of 2 force and 2-of-a-kind weather for Rexy with 2 actions to go for the turn. That's it for the turn. 1. I'll play that second fire in the fields, and that will end my turn. Well, it's Rexy's turn. We'll have this match and at most 4 more between now and hopefully well before 8 p.m. Eastern. I don't want to cut it too close, but we'll knock out these last matches. We'll have a break coming up later this hour. On the other side of that break, we'll have the last Warsaken booster pack giveaway of the broadcast. Roll of 1 there for Rexy. No play. My turn. 2. All right. 2 of a kind weather. I can make it 3 of a kind fire in the fields. That'll give me an extra turn. 1 action to go for this turn. Play an H5 drop ship. Extra turn. And it's not letting me click, so I've got to F5 it. Got to bring in a new dealer. Swap out the die. Give me the one that like glowing and electric. With a purple kind of hue to it. 5. Well. Okay, I'll play a second dropship. 2 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. 2 of a kind Agent Zera. There's a lot of force out there. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. I'll pass up the last 2 actions and I'll end the turn. A special welcome to all the new viewers. Thanks to everybody, the new follows for today. And thanks to all my regulars that have helped make this so much fun here over the last several months. A roll of 6. So Rexy might come alive here. Look out, we got that cascading weather possibility. 3 of a kind weather means an extra turn after this one. 3 actions still to go for this turn. Building cards. Going back for that 3 of a kind weather. So 1 action still to go for this turn. And an extra turn waiting. Well, I guess that was the end of the turn there. Well, it's a roll of 1, which is interesting. Rexy played the weather. 1. Well, which I was looking over that intel area that was rather barren. Ended up not mattering. Rolled a 1. Nothing makes 3 of a kind. Gotta end the turn. So for the remaining queue, I'm playing Rexy right now. After that, Morbid Angel 74 to John J. I-420 Spit 710 Fire. And then JHU Leader rounding out the queue. So a roll of 2 here for Rexy. I somehow still have my territories intact, but we'll see how long that lasts. Or if Rexy gets yet another extra turn here. There's the weather. Rexy got away with it, playing in part that weather that was brought back from the discard pile. So you figure that's going to set up an extra turn for Rexy. And there it is. Oh my, it's a 6. Look out. That's 3 of a kind force. It'll take out one of my 4 territories. Remember, with Warsaken Blitz, you have 1 leader, 4 territories, and that deck of 60 known as the Arsenal. So the 3 of a kind force takes out a territory, has me down to 3. 5 actions to go here. 3 of a kind weather, so an extra turn on top of this. 4 actions still to go for this turn. Wheel spins, I think they're going to debut them today. I'm not exactly sure how long it's going to take. I believe that's what was written in the Discord announcement. I'm not exactly sure on the specifics on the wheel spins, but I look forward to seeing that. It should be fun to check that out once it's up and going. Here's the extra turn for Rexy. It's a 6. Oh my, it's a 6. You see why I gave myself so much extra time here with these matches. We were getting closer and closer to 90 minutes to 8 p.m. Eastern. Meanwhile, 3 of a kind force has me down to 2 territories remaining. For Rexy has 3 of a kind WMD, which he doesn't here. But if that had been, and then won the matchup with that force out there, that would have been the match. But instead, 3 sets of 2 for Rexy in the war zone. My turn. 4. Well, let's go extra turn chasing. There's 1. 1 action to go for this turn. Guard tower. 1. I was afraid that might happen. Didn't want to say it out loud, and there we are. Wait, I totally misplayed that. I was or did oh my, I'm just all over the place here. Okay, maybe I didn't. I was mistaking something. You know what? Just past 4.5 hours. There's like this 4.5 hour wall that I hit. It doesn't feel like it's been 4.5 hours. Like the loopiness starts to set in. That's wild. Like 4:34 on the time of the recording. Oh, let's see. So a roll of 6. Here I am feeling sorry for myself not being sharp-minded enough, and then fortune takes a turn. Okay. Well, no. I have to play 3 of a kind first. I think that makes sense to go back for... Well... Go back for the stuff that got cleared out. I think that's the move. A 4.5 hour window. Or wall, whatever. Okay. Well. Undo what was done with the 3 of a kind intel against me. 5 actions to go for this turn. And I've got options. Dropship.
Select target.
Okay, 3 actions to go for the turn. I'm going to hold out hope that I can get a WMD next time, maybe. I've got 2 sets of 2. But instead, I'll go intel here, go after those 2 of a kinds in my opponent's war zone. Now, there are 4 2 of a kinds in my opponent's war zone.
Select target.
So,
Select target.
1 each on the weathers.
Select target.
Intel. That's it for the turn. It's a roll of 6. Rexy with 20 cards. It would just take a pullback with 1 action, go 3 of a kind, WMD if Rexy has that. That would give me a compromised leader. And then maybe a 3rd force card there. Uh-oh. That wasn't a suggestion. Just think it's a possibility. Uh-oh. Well, am I going to regret not taking out that force over there? I might. Oh my. I'm going to compromise leader here.
Compromised.
2 actions to go. Wow, 2 of a kind force. My turn. 1. One. All Rexy needs is 3 of a kind force to beat me. Let's roll 2. There's the 3 of a kind force. That's the match. All right, congratulations, Rexy, victorious. So now I'm reeling 3 straight losses. The Legion is now 7-4 against me on the day. So Rexy repping the Legion well. So Morbid Angel, you up next. Good game in there. All right, so now we'll go over to the prize wheel and find out what Rexy won. Look at this, we still have 4 more names on there. And less than 90 minutes until we get to 8 p.m. Eastern. And the big update happens. So, again, there's a reason I have to close the queue that early, the way that I do. Because I have to. All right, so I'll bring the slate up for a moment. That'll give me an opportunity to get the prize wheel ready. Thank you, Morbid Angel. Got that code from you. We'll get connected here in short order. But first, we direct us over to the prize wheel. My Warsaken prize wheel presented in part by my Land and Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So let's clear off that last prize that was won. Now we're talking about 1 out of 44 odds for any given item. And there's still some great stuff up here. Look at all this. The 3 epics. Loot pack, super rares, the Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP that, again, it's been up there a long, long time. Ultra rares, very rares. Hey, good game, Rexy. Good game. All right, so the Legion has been repped well. Yeah, hey, G-Daddy, hello. Sorry, I missed you there between the code from Morbid and looking down for the prize wheel, but hello. They've got a big game update planned for Warsaken at 8 p.m. Eastern, so I had to close the queue some time ago. And even with that, it's going to be a little tighter than I would have wanted, so that's why I had to close it as early as I did. Anyways, let's get to the shuffle in here. Bunch of shuffles. Rexy, good luck. Let's hope you get something good. Oh, just barely missed an epic, but look at that. A super rare satellite recon number 424. Congratulations. All right, so Rexy, that is yours. I'm going to send that along with the NashvilleLou replica floppy disk, the virtual home version of the game, as it were. So I'll make sure to note here that it is a super rare satellite recon. Make sure to note that it's 7-4 Legion with the lead over me head-to-head today. So the Legion performing well. which is a month-long event. For people that lost today, we'll have more opportunities to play very soon. So send it over to Rexinator, this satellite recon, along with the NashvilleLou virtual floppy disk. I'll make sure to note that it's a NashvilleLou Live prize. So along with this, you get the victory over me in the event that just started for the month. Streamers versus Legion. Advantage Rexy. And along with these 6 others that have beaten me thus far today in this competition. So I'm going to send this out right now. We'll show off that satellite recon prize here in just a moment. And we'll get going with the next match. After that next match, we'll have the last slated break of the broadcast. Give away one last Warsaken booster pack. Then we'll say goodbye for a bit. We'll wait and see how things go with the update, and then we'll get ready for that Blue Mint tournament tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll have my matches here live on NashvilleLou Live Tournament Edition here on Twitch. And I have to figure out the schedule for tomorrow after this broadcast ends. So that's in play. So, show you the slate. Make sure the Shota is going through. But this gives me a chance not only to prove to you that, in fact, that's the wrong button to hit. Not only is that the prize went through, but there's a chance to show it off. And I've really enjoyed that. The showcasing aspect is something I barely even thought about when I started this, but people wanted to see. It was, what was the prize? What did they get? And this way, everybody knows it was sent. You can see who owns it now, and you can check it out. All right, there it is. Congratulations, Rexy. Super rare satellite recon number 424, Intel card. And that is yours. Congratulations. I've got the connect code from Morbid Angel. Let's see. Thank you. I need your Discord name and wax address, please. Thank you. But I've got the connect code, so we'll get connected here with Morbid Angel 74. Whoa, it doesn't help if I type it into the... Started typing into chat for where I got it from. Again, it gets enough keyboards and mice here with my multi-computer setup. It's a little bit different than what most have. It works for me, but sometimes surprises happen. Anyway, on with the action. The 21 morale. If you're going to play a leader card with 21 morale, make sure you've got a vast hinterland as one of your territories. That'll bring the morale down to 20, which is the maximum you can have for a match of Warsaken Blitz. So just be aware of that if you run across it. Oh, it didn't give me your... For some reason, I think I've got the Gallows Bird part. It didn't... For some reason, your wax address, it gave me 3 asterisks. I've got to look over my settings on this, because this is going to be a problem if I can't get information I need here from chat. Thank you for that. Let's see. I wasn't trying to do a crying emoji. I'm not any good with the emoji stuff. Don't ask me to do that. Trying to make it clear that I didn't come through for whatever reason. Okay, well, 2-of-a-kind intel, but... mulligan. Well, 2 sets of 2 with the building cards. Not the best starting 8, but It's such a risk to go for that second mulligan. Let's keep it. Anchor wallet with GM at the end. Oh, a PM with wow. Okay. Thank you. Let me look at that. I got it. Thank you. Thank you, Morbid. I appreciate it. There, I got it just as well in the chat there with the space. Thank you. Okay, so it's a roll of 5 here for my opponent. Well, it has it on screen. Here I am trying to play detective, trying to figure out what clues can I get from OBS Studio. What are you hiding from me? And there it was right on screen. But sometimes the on-screen address doesn't match where somebody wants their prize to go. And so that's part of it as well. I want to make sure it goes to the right place. So 2-of-a-kind intel, 2-of-a-kind force, standalone force. Here for Morbid Angel 74. My turn. 2. Wide open war zone. We'll go 2-of-a-kind weather with a lasting blizzard. So after this match, you'll take about a 5-minute break, roughly. On the other side of that break, have the last Warsaken booster pack giveaway of the broadcast. We'll knock out those last 3 matches on the slate after this one. And should be able to be done before 8 p.m. Eastern. Meanwhile, 3-of-a-kind WMD. Strong start here from Morbid Angel. I'm down to 2 territories. My turn. 1. Well. It's 2-of-a-kind intel opposite me. You know what? I'm going to not use this action. I'll end the turn. So it's a roll of 4 here for my opponent. 3-of-a-kind force there with Private Sarah Yvette. Down to 1 territory. 3 actions still to go for the turn. Look at that, 2-of-a-kind. 2 actions to go. 2 sets of 2. As far as force cards in my opponent's war zone to go with a 2-of-a-kind intel. My goodness. My turn. 5. Well, I can go triple intel. Let's bounce. One of each. Well, I can stem the tide for the moment, at least. All right, 2 actions to go for this turn. Go 2-of-a-kind weather. Fire in the fields. So I have 2 sets of 2 weather in my war zone, and that ends my turn. Roll of 2 for my opponent. Again, after this match, I'll have my hourly break, and on the other side of that break, the final Warsaken booster pack giveaway of the broadcast. Already given away 4. This will be number 5. Coming up on the other end of the next break. 2-of-a-kind weather to end the turn for my opponent. Got 4 wide in the war zone over there. My turn. 3. Well, 2 spots are open in my war zone. I can go 2-of-a-kind force with Roman's prototype. I'll pass up that last action, keep that last spot in my war zone open, and I'll end my turn. Roll of 1. Many thanks to all the new viewers, the new followers. Getting closer and closer to 500 followers here on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Roll 4. As excited as my voice might have sounded there, nothing makes 3-of-a-kind. I'm going to pass up all 4 actions and end my turn. Roll of 5. So the Legion is 7-4 against me today. Face some strong competition right out of the gate. 3-of-a-kind weather means an extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. Look at that, a roll of 6. All it's going to take is 3-of-a-kind force to take out my last territory. That'll do it with a DX8, the robot dogs with laser beams. 3 actions still to go. There's already 2-of-a-kind force in my opponent's war zone. 3-of-a-kind force would beat me here. Instead, 3-of-a-kind intel. Guessing my war zone's going to get targeted here. So I'm hanging on for now, but this is not a strong spot for me. Let's see what we can do. Roll to 3. Well, at least I can play a WMD. Take out 2 territories, but this might be my last action of the match. We'll see.
Select the target.
Good. Horde of resources. So that's it for my turn. Roll of 1, but all my opponent needs is 3-of-a-kind force. There's another Sergeant Mickey up there. That's the match. There is. That's the match. All right. Well, congratulations, Morbid Angel. Victorious. The Legion moves to 8-4 on the day against me, so a solid showing here. And it continues with that victory. Good game. All right, so we're going to go now to the prize wheel. The prize giveaway in just a moment. Pennybags Jr., hi. Hello. Well, how are you? I'm going to advance the queue. The next match won't be until the other side of the break, and we do the last booster pack giveaway of the broadcast. All right, so to John J, you'll be on the other side of the break. We'll head over to the Warsaken prize wheel. Yes, I am part of the hit list. The queue for me is closed for today because I have to be done by 8 p.m. Eastern. I got that big update coming. Remember, setting up set 2, so that's... We'll see if I can get 3 more matches into the course of the next 72 minutes. To be determined. Anyway, from the last spin, I can take off the Satellite Recon prize. Let's sort it and go through it. 43 prizes up there right now. And you've got some nice options. It sounds good, Pennybags Jr. Yeah, we'll have to play sometime soon, for sure. Anyway, let's go through it. 3-of-a-kind epics. That loot pack. You can't get those anymore. In this pack, if you're wanting to buy any of the packs that remain for set 1 in the Warsaken store, you better move fast. Because once 8 p.m. Eastern hits, those disappear and things begin for set number 2. Bunch of super rares, that Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP, which just remains up here. Set Presidency. Ultra rares, very rares. So we'll get a bunch of shuffles here. Here's a spin, good luck. This is for Morbid Angel 74, who beat me. It's going to be an ultra rare. It's the ultra rare Arcane Ren number 29. Congratulations. Congrats, if I can type it correctly. There we go. All right. So I'll send that ultra rare the Arcane Ren number 29, along with the replica floppy disk image, the virtual home version of NashvilleLou Live. Get those sent out. Send me those as image of a floppy disk. It's a fun little extra. Throw it in there for people that beat me in the Streamers versus Legion Hit List 2 matchups. Had a bunch of those here today, and a few more before we're done. So, helps if I can find the proper name. Okay, this is an ultra rare. We'll show it off here in just a moment. Then we'll go to break. On the other side of the break, be giving away that last Warsaken booster pack of the broadcast. Had to make sure did I write that down? And usually if I have to think like that usually means I didn't. And sure enough, I didn't. It's very easy it's a lot to keep track of, but it's a lot of fun. So we're sending the prize out right now. It's coming from my fulfillments wallet. So it's showing it as sent. That'll give me an opportunity now to bring up the slate, confirm that I went through, and then we'll get to show off here live on stream. From there, we'll go to break. On the other side of the break, I'll be giving away that last Warsaken booster pack of the broadcast. Okay. There we go. Congratulations. There it is. Morbid Angel 74. Arcane Ren number 29. Ultra rare. Only 200 of those exist, and that one is yours. Congratulations. So I'll bring the slate up, and we'll get ready to go to break. On the other side of this break, I'll be giving away that last Warsaken booster pack, that last giveaway for the broadcast as far as those booster packs go. There's a list of all the different targets in this Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 competition. I'm just one name on the list. So for the people that beat me today, congratulations. You get to check me off. There's a lot more you still have to do as far as getting victories here in Warsaken Blitz. Plenty of opportunities for that. And still more action to come here with NashvilleLou live and Warsaken Blitz. On the other side of this break, going to be giving away Warsaken Booster Pack. Just a few minutes. Stay tuned. Here we go. Type !Warsaken in chat right now if you want to enter for this Warsaken booster pack giveaway. Paste this into chat as well. So it's !Warsaken. Just type that in chat. I didn't clear out the names from the last time, did I? Well, everybody gets a chance from before. And most of the same people are still in here. So if you didn't get in before, you get in now on it. Again, I passed that 4.5 hour mark, or more than 5 hours in at this point. There's like that, it was really weird. I could tell. I'm like, oh, it's like mental clarity drops after the 4.5 hour mark. But I'm having a blast with it. We'll have this giveaway here, then 3 more matches. I've got the code already from the John J, so we'll be ready to go with that. All right. Well, I need to get these 3 matches in the next hour. I'm up against it. So here we go. Giveaway time. So we'll do this giveaway. We'll get connected with John J. We'll have that match and 2 more to go. And that'll be it for this broadcast. We'll check out everything soon with that Set 2 update. I'm not sure how long it's going to take for the Warsaken crew to get the new stuff in place. Can't wait to see it. A lot of fun and festivity with that as the wheel slows down. And look at that, to John J, congratulations. Congrats to John J wins. So we'll send you right now that booster pack, and then we'll go ahead and compete here in Warsaken Blitz. Nice one. I have your address saved from before, the pdt3i.c.wam. Well, I can get that sent to you now, and then I've got the connect code. We'll be ready to go in just a moment with that. First, I'll get this booster pack sent your way. All right, thank you. And it's very important it goes to the right place, so sometimes I'll check and double check. Even if it seems redundant, I'm going to be sure that I've got it right. I can't undo it once it's done. Okay, so got that booster pack. I've got the address. Got it double checked. We'll get it sent out right now. And of course, if you beat me here in Warsaken Blitz, not only will it be another win for the Legion, which already has a sizable lead on me now overall in the day, but get a wheel from the, or a wheel, get a prize off the Warsaken prize wheel. All right, so that appears to have gone through. It says complete. All right. So now, try not to click on the wrong thing on the wrong page. All right, here we go. So to John J, won that last booster pack giveaway. Why is this up here like this? No. Oh, come on. I can't make the thing disappear off the screen. Oh, that's going to annoy them. That's going to bug me. Okay, hang on. Okay. Never can be easy with this, can it? There we go. That did the trick. Now, why I couldn't X out of it before, I couldn't tell you. You know, I'm going to F5 the app, which will bring me back to the exact same place. I'm going to close the app and reopen it. It was acting weird there. Started acting dodgy. Even it got a little bit slappy after 5 hours. Do I have to reconnect again? I hope it didn't mess up the code connection. Let's see if this will let me connect. If not, we have to try another code. Let me see if I try connecting with that same code, if I can get back in. Okay. My app froze up. Can we try another code, please? I don't know what happened there. had that thing on screen. I was like, what is that annoyance there? And that would seem to be a sign that that app was not cooperating. Like normally it would just reconnect you with the match, but it wasn't even doing that for me. So hopefully it didn't have anything too overwhelming card-wise. Had to do a redo there. Thank you. I know it's annoying to have to do that, but it's unfortunately left me with no other option there. Thank you.
Warsaken.
All right. So taking on to John J. Thus far today, I am 4-8 against the Legion. So the Legion, 8 wins against me, against only 4 wins for me. So a nice showing opening day for the Legion. Two-of-a-kind weather, I'll keep it. Again, you don't want to get too picky with that opening 8. You have at least something halfway decent you can build off of. So my opponent goes first, but it's a roll of 1. To John J, who just won a booster pack. The last booster pack giveaway of this broadcast. Now facing me the chance to get a victory over me in Streamers versus Legion Hit List 2. It's like saying roadblock into the line, where the wrestlers had to say the full phrase every time. Two-of-a-kind weather, and that will end my turn. All right, so this match with DeJohn J up next. After that, I-420, Spit 710 Fire, and then JHU Leader, the last one on the list. JHU Leader victorious over me earlier in Streamers versus Legion. But like I've said before, especially this is opening day, and I was thinking about it during that last break. You know, as far as, like, okay, well, what do I do for the next day? When a lot of my regulars come back who have already beaten me. You know, I want to give as much deference as possible to people on different schedules or who can't play necessarily as much. You know, give them as many opportunities as possible if they're trying to beat the various streamers. But I also have my audience to keep in mind, and it's just finding a balance with all of that's going to be interesting. My turn. I'll do the best I can with it, as always. Roll a 6, so that's a nice start. Finally get that 3-of-a-kind weather extra turn. 5 actions to go for this turn. Building cards. Intel. So 2-of-a-kind building, 2-of-a-kind intel. Not exactly a conventional layout there, but that's what I'm sitting on. I'm going to hold off on that other intel, and I'll end the turn. Extra turn. 4. Well, nothing makes 3-of-a-kind. I'll go 2-of-a-kind Force with the RKX Ghost Manta. But I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. Nothing else in there to make 3-of-a-kind. That's it for the turn. So we'll have this match and 2 more after it. Roll of 1 here for DeJohn J. This opening day of Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2. My turn. 2. All right, well, I can play a 3rd Ghost Manta. Take out a territory.
Select target.
3-of-a-kind Force takes out one of your opponent's territories. So I have 2 spots open in my war zone. 1 action to go for the turn. I'm going to pass up that last action. I'll end the turn. So again, big update coming to Warsaken at 8 p.m. Eastern time, so less than an hour from now. I've had this queue closed for quite a while now, and you see why. Even with extra time figured in, it's gone longer than I anticipated. The roll of 5 here, taking on to John J. Two-of-a-kind intel to match two-of-a-kind weather for my opponent with 4 actions to go for the turn. Another two-of-a-kind intel. Then two-of-a-kind intel. Wow. A lot of intel out there. Point taken. 6. Well. So I got 3-of-a-kind force, 3-of-a-kind weather. Okay. Start with the weather. That usually will serve you well in this game. Let's go for that extra turn. Get to that in a moment. 3-of-a-kind W1MG force cards. Tanks.
Select target.
I'll take out a second territory. Extra turn. 1. That's nice, but I can't do anything with that at the moment. Do a pullback of the building card here. And that'll end my turn. So I'm taking on to John J. This is part of the Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 competition for the entire month of August. Off to a hot start here. NashvilleLou live, Warsaken Blitz, 3-of-a-kind intel. Could be my Arsenal getting milled, and it will. Arsenal getting targeted there. That's it for the turn. My turn. 2. Well, I can play those underwater mines after all, huh? All right, let's do it. Going for the ghost. That's it for my turn. Okay, I'm not sure for tomorrow if I'll actually do any Streamer vs. Legion matches, but if I do, it would be earlier, I think, as opposed to later. We got that 8 p.m. Eastern Time tournament on Bloomint tomorrow. It's a roll of 6 there for my opponent, so look out. 3-of-a-kind weather for DeJohn J means an extra turn. Copy another link for that Bloomint tournament tomorrow. There's the website to find more information. It's free to enter. I'll be live streaming my matches here as long as I last in the tournament. But I also have a normal 10 p.m. Eastern Wednesday night time slot for AEW Fight Forever video game. 2-of-a-kind weather, an extra turn. Another 6. Are you kidding me? Well, we'll see how much intel gets played here. Thank goodness I have what I need in my hand here, but so I'm down to 17 cards in my arsenal. If that hits 0, I'll have a compromised leader. That's what an intel deck can do against you. Extra turn. You see why I gave so much extra time for these matches. Even with that extra time, it's going to be even tighter than I would have thought initially time-wise. And that's playing in a timely manner here. It's just intel deck games can take longer. And I've got plenty of intel in my deck as well, so it's not a criticism. It's just a reality from a time management standpoint. 2 actions to go for this turn. 3 sets of 2 for my opponent. 2 of a kind weather and 2 sets of 2 intel. To John Jay using an intel deck, trying to mill my arsenal down to 0 cards. Building cards, roll of 1. So if there's a third building card, going back for more weather or more intel. I'm guessing more weather. We'll see. Secret, other secret, rain, or terrifying storm. Now my opponent won't be able to play any of them here in this turn, but I'll know what was selected. And it was the weather. My turn. 4. Okay, well, I can play the WMD.
Select target.
This will give my opponent a compromised leader. Now, it's a precarious spot in some ways. Anything I put out there is liable to get targeted. You hear that leader compromised. But again, with my arsenal, if it hits 0 cards, at that point I would have a compromised leader. Even with all my territories intact, I can still lose the match. So I don't want to put part of a force out there, especially if I'm going to need to pull cards in elsewhere. Instead, let's play just, let's see what I've got in my discard pile here. There's already a third wolf down there, so I got to keep that in mind. But there's at least 1 more in the deck there, so I'll play 1 ZS wolf. There's actually there's reason to do this. I'm not drawing dead with a wolf card here. And that's it for my turn. So if I can roll a 3 or higher for the next turn, I'll win the match. But we'll see about that. Roll a 2 for my opponent. Those intel attacks, 2 of a kind weather, that's it. Those intel attacks take 6 away from your arsenal, milling that into your discard pile. If I roll a 3 or higher here, I'll win the match. It's a 3, so I'll win the match. Ghost Manta for the win.
Select target.
Compromised leader, that's it. All right, good game to John Jay. All right, I-420 Spit 710 Fire, you're up next. So that was a victory for me there, but on the day, the Legion is 8-5 on the day in matches against me. And for those of you that came out on the losing end today, we'll have more opportunities soon to play. 2 more matches here before this broadcast ends, or we get to 8 p.m. Eastern somehow, and it'll end for us, I suspect. So we'll look to be done before that, before the big update happens for Warsaken. We get ready for set 2. So I know you're in here earlier. I-20 Spit 710 Fire. Let's see. Need your... a connect code and your Discord username and your wax address, please. That's presuming you're part of the Streamers vs. Legion event. If you're not, that's okay. You don't have to be to play me, but I need that information if you are. And that's where it's going to get trickier for the next broadcast coming up as I start having my regulars in here that I want to play frequently and try to make sure I balance that with people that are wanting to play in the Streamers vs. Legion competition and making sure it's as fair and equitable as possible and as fun as possible for everybody. So I know you're in here earlier, I-420 Spit 710 Fire, but here we are now. I'm less than 45 minutes from top of the hour. Username is the same. Thank you. Thank you. All right, great. Much that it feels like an inquisition, like tell me all this information, but it's one of those things that they need that information, so it's easy enough to get it written down. It's just having to make sure it's all in the right place. but I appreciate it, and I know that this is a lot of fun. This particular setup should be great for the entire month, and I know some streamers will be easier to find than others, but I want to make myself as available as possible with this. All right, then you got the code. Thank you. So the code. Make sure I have the wax address written down, which I do. Right. Thank you. And I appreciate your patience. I know these queues, they can be a bit of a wait.
Warsaken.
All right. So we're almost 5.5 hours in at this point. We've given away 5 booster packs. Given away a bunch of prizes from the prize wheel. People have been victorious over me in these Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 matches. Well, nothing that matches, so I'll take a mulligan. 2-of-a-kind weather. I'll keep it. Again, if you need to contact me, if you're looking to find past broadcasts, upcoming schedule, it's very easy. NashvilleLou.com. That's it. NashvilleLou.com. Although we'll have to do some updating with the schedule, as got some information as far as the upcoming plans for this week with the Blue Mint tournaments for both Warsaken Blitz and Blockchain Brawlers. Make sure to get that updated. All right. So my opponent goes first here, with the computer randomly choosing one of the 2 players to go first with Warsaken Blitz. Start with that 1 leader card, 4 territories, and that arsenal, that deck of 60. You each start with 8 cards from your respective arsenal, and it goes from there. Roll a 1. So if you roll a 1, you get 1 card, and you can make 1 action. So kind of limiting out of the gate, but it's a standalone force to end the turn. My turn. 1. Easy enough. Play a weather card. Blasting Blizzard. After both of us rolled a 1, you rolled a 2. So 2 standalone force cards for my opponent. There's 2-of-a-kind force to end the turn. My turn. 5. Well, I'll play a second lasting Blizzard, so I'll have 2-of-a-kind weather. That'll leave me with 3 spots open in my war zone, 4 actions to go for the turn. Another 2-of-a-kind weather. Blinding Sandstorm. 2 spots open in my war zone, 2 actions to go for the turn. Break out the intel. Restored vehicle. Refurbished. That's it for my turn. Again, a big hello to everybody in the Warsaken Discord channel. People are excited in there. Birthday celebration stuff going on. You got people excited about this month's event, the Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2 event. And of course, the big upgrades to the game coming, including the long-awaited debut of Set 2, and there's a roll of 6. So it's 2 sets of 2 force for my opponent in the war zone. 5 actions to go for the turn. So 3 wide, 2 deep with force for my opponent, and 3 actions still to go here for the turn. That's it for the turn. 4. All right, well, I can go 3-of-a-kind weather. That'll provide me with an extra turn. 2 spots open in my war zone, 3 actions to go for the turn. Let's go 2 of a kind with the A9 hammerheads. Nothing makes 3 of a kind with what I have. 1 action to go for the turn, but only 1 spot open in my war zone. I want to keep that spot open, so I'll end my turn. Extra turn. 1. Well, I'm going to pass up that lone action in the turn. So again, thus far today, the Legion, 8-5 against me in head-to-head competition. So 8 players victorious over me here in the first day of Streamers vs. Legion Hit List 2. You got the entire month. So not got that list of people who live stream Warsaken Blitz. Roll of 2, and that's it for the turn. My turn. 6. Oh. Okay. Play a 3rd hammerhead. I've got a 4th, but I don't really need it. But I've got it. Let's see. Oh, no, I'm going to take out the Exile's Trap. Look at that. Two spots open in my war zone. 5 actions to go for the turn. We'll go 3 of a kind with the A4 Revenge Super Carrier.
Select target.
Now we'll go for the Harbor. Vex 8. Thug Juice. Nice. Alright, so 2 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. We'll go 2 of a kind weather. Fire in the fields. Again, top of the hour, big update is coming to the game. I don't know how long it's going to take for that to get implemented. So just be aware of that coming up. If you're planning on buying any more packs from for set 1 from the Warsaken store, I mean, I've heard of the 11th hour. You got like 34 minutes until that choice, that option disappears. And they start setting up for set 2. It's a roll of 6. So it's an extra turn for my opponent with a 3 of a kind weather. There's 3 of a kind force. That'll take out one of my 4 territories. Two actions to go for the turn, with an extra turn still to come for my opponent. Two of a kind intel. Interesting. Extra turn. It's a roll of 1. Three of a kind force. That's going to take me down to 2 territories remaining. But again, thanks to all the new follows today, getting closer and closer to 500. It's a roll of 1. Well, nothing I can do with that to make 3 of a kind. Same deal as before. Keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. In turn. It's a roll of 2. It's an intel card with 1 action still to go for the turn. That's it for the turn. My turn. 6. Well, not quite what I expected, but weather. Extra turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. 5 actions to go for the turn. Go 3 of a kind intel. Let's bounce.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
1 of each. 3 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Let's go 2 of a kind with Jax Nash, the courier. 2 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Bella Ivanova, Warsaken. Extra turn. 6. Wow. All right, fire in the fields. Extra turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. Can't wait around forever hoping WMD stuff will work out for me. I mean, I could, but... I'm going to go 3 of a kind force.
Select target.
This led my opponent down to 1 territory remaining. 4 actions to go for the turn. Oh, he was extra fired up. So I have 3 spots open in my war zone. Nothing to make 3 of a kind. I've got an extra turn just ahead. Go 2 of a kind intel. Time detonation. 2 of a kind building. G-Titan missile silo. Extra turn. 1. Now I get it. Now I get it. Isn't that how it goes sometimes? Well, I'm going to leave that alone. End the turn. Yeah, sorry, Gavix. Queue's closed. Got this match and 1 more. Remember, 8 p.m. Eastern is the big cutoff when they start the update for set 2. So even with all that extra time I tried to bake in, it's just going to barely be enough if JHU is ready to go here after this. Now, the match against JHU leader will be just a regular match. We already had our Streamers vs. Legion match, and that was a victory there for JHU leader. 3 of a kind intel. Well, one each off the top there for my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. You see why I didn't put out the WMD in piecemeal style. Two of a kind weather in the turn. My turn. 2. Oh, well. Play a Jax Nash. I'll do a pullback on the time detonation, the intel card. That will end my turn. It's a roll 3 for my opponent. This is Warsaken Blitz, Streamers vs. Legion, hit list 2. 3 of a kind weather means an extra turn for my opponent. 1 action to go for this turn. It's a roll of 4. Three of a kind force. Be down to 1 territory remaining. We'll both be down to 1 territory remaining. One action to go for the turn. All right, thank you, JHU leader. Thank you. We'll have that code ready to go right after this match. That's it for the turn. My turn. 4. Well, I can at least play my WMD. And I can get the win here. You have to do it in the right order, though. A WMD will take out at most 2 territories, but it won't take out a compromised leader, so that has to go first.
Select target.
Only one action to go for the turn. I only need one. Jack's Nash for the win.
Select target. Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, good game. All right, so that'll be the last of today for the Streamers vs. Legion. We'll have one more match coming up here. This will be just a regular match since I already lost to JHU leader earlier. Won't be any sort of a competition for a spot as far as a Legion victory, but ultimately on the day, the Legion ended up at 8-6 against me. And so I'm going to have to figure out how I'm going to note this going forward. I'll be playing against my regulars, many of whom beat me earlier today. And so these would be regular matches coming up going forward. So the JHU leader has already got me the code. I'm just making a note here. That's who I'm playing here, because this will get going right now. And again, we do have to get going with it since we got the hard out at the top of the hour. Chop, chop. All right, so this is the last match of the broadcast.
Warsaken.
Put the categories up there for anyone who might be interested. 3 building cards. 3 building cards isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just no force cards, no dice. Mulligan. Okay. 2 force cards, but again, this is just not good. Use a second mulligan. I'll get to go first. 2 of a kind force, so okay. Number of 2 of a kinds. I mean, the downside is, yes, my opponent got an extra card doing that, but go 2 of a kind weather. 3 spots open in my war zone, 2 actions to go. No, not that one. No, not the kinetic space strike. Go away. For now. We'll want you later. Stand by, please. Z27 Tiger. That's what I was going for. That's it for my turn. Oh, hey, Rabbit Larry. No, it's the wheel spins for anybody that beats me. The wheel spin is separate from the Streamers vs. Legion. That's what I normally do for my live stream. You know, somebody beats me multiple times, they get multiple prizes for my wheel. So I'm down to 3 territories just like that. 3 of a kind force for my opponent. My turn. Noting I was doing hit list, but big updates coming in about 20 minutes, give or take. A little more than 20 minutes from now. Okay, enough about that. 3 of a kind weather gives me an extra turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. 1 action to go for this turn. I'll play Freezing Rainstorm. And so tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, there's a Blue Mint Warsaken Blitz tournament. So I'm not sure how things are going to work for me scheduling-wise, but I would imagine Thursday. I'll let it be known when my next matches with Streamers vs. Legion will be going. NashvilleLou.com will have that information most likely first. It should have it first. It's my site. 2 of a kind weather to match 2 of a kind force. 2 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Intel, control the message. Roll of 6. I'm going to do my best to make it as easy as possible for people that are participating to play me. So another 3-of-a-kind force. I'm down to 2 territories. Making sure to note there in chat, you win multiple prizes off the prize wheel. That's my own setup for giveaways for normal live streaming. Regardless of Streamers vs. Legion, Hit List 2, which we had so much fun with today. Okay, so I rolled a 4. Which sounds great, but nothing makes 3 of a kind. So I'm going to leave what I have in place, and I'll end the turn and pass up all 4 actions. Ouch. So it's a roll of 1 here for my opponent, taking on JHU Leader, who was victorious over me earlier. The Legion with a strong showing today, going 8-6 against me. Again, tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, the next Blue Mint tournament for Warsaken Blitz. 10 p.m. Eastern, I'm slated to play AEW Fight Forever after AEW Dynamite ends. It's kind of weird timing-wise for that tournament, though. It's a bit of a trick. And again, I know when the opening music loops back around, I've been streaming for a while. Another sign I need to get more music. I need to get more 3-of-a-kinds, because I don't have that. Look at all these cards. Nothing to make 3-of-a-kind. Nothing. Oof. End. So it's a roll of 3 here for my opponent. This will be the last match of the broadcast. And again, they got a big update planned for top of the hour with Warsaken. I'm not sure how long the system's going to be down, if it is down. I don't know. Maybe it's an instant update. There'll be no downtime. I don't know. But it sounded like a sizable update enough that I wanted to be well clear of it. And well cleared turned into me playing within 20 minutes of it. Because these can sometimes take a little longer, some of these matches. Roll a 6. Three-of-a-kind force. I'll be down to 1 territory remaining. 3 actions still to go for the turn. Three-of-a-kind force. I've got a compromised leader. Wow.
Compromised.
Due to time constraints, we move ahead in our broadcast. Had that feeling, boom, flying by. Okay, well, I can at least get 3-of-a-kind weather here for the extra turn. I can use some intel, but I'm using intel on weather. My opponent just needs 3-of-a-kind force to beat me, so bit of a predicament. No, I don't want the 3 actions. That would be a blunder. Extra turn. 3 actions to go for this turn. I'll go ahead and play the 2 intel cards. Oh, I played all the intel cards. Okay, well, let's bounce.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
Extra turn. 2. Play a pair of H5 drop ships, and that'll end my turn. All my opponent needs is 3-of-a-kind force to beat me here. With enough actions to use it, of course. So roll a 5. Two-of-a-kind weather. 3-of-a-kind would be an extra turn. Two-of-a-kind force. 1 more would be the match. Standalone force, another two-of-a-kind force. 3, well. Go for the extra turn. I take my chances with it here. 3. Well. Let's bounce.
Select target. Select target. Select target.
Maybe this will buy me a little bit of time here. We'll see. And my opponent just needs three-of-a-kind force to beat me. But I have limited options. 2 and 2, but nothing to make three-of-a-kind. Sound familiar? But I can play two-of-a-kind Agent Zera here. Alright, so all my opponent needs is three-of-a-kind force to beat me. This will be the last match of the broadcast. I look forward to seeing with the big update what all that's going to entail with Warsaken. They've been working hard to get to this point. There's a lot of intrigue. I'm not sure how it's all going to work, but it'll be fun to see it play out. I have 0 territories remaining. All my opponent needs is three-of-a-kind force to beat me. It's a 4. That's enough actions. If there's three-of-a-kind force up there, that'd be the match. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. All right, congratulations. JHU leader. Victorious. And so that means one more trip to the Warsaken prize wheel before it's all said and done for this broadcast. Good game. It's a good one to close out this broadcast with. So for just a moment, I'll bring up the slate. Again, this is a month-long event. We got a lot of matches in today. Want to make it as easy as possible for people competing in this tournament to play me, at least within reason. Luckily, it's very easy for me to broadcast from home. I'm used to the world of broadcasting. We have to do a lot of planning, and yet back when you had to have a lot of a larger staff to make it possible. All right, so here we go with the Warsaken prize wheel. Prize wheel presented in part by my Land and Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. Gave away an ultra rare on the last spin, so we'll remove that. Now we sort it. 1 out of 42 odds for any given listing here. Got 3 epics up here. You got a lot of good stuff up here. Got this loot pack. It is closing time for the 001 era. Get them while you can. Bunch of super rares. The Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. That somehow has stayed up there for a long time. Still a number of ultra rares available, along with very rares. All right. We'll give it a bunch of shuffles here for you. And JHU leader, let's give it a spin. Good luck. All right, congratulations. Tongue-tied after 6 hours, almost 6 hours. Congratulations. Very rare secret drone mission number 982. Congrats. I still have your wax address saved from earlier. Of course, I know you provided it as well when we got started here. But go through and double check and make sure the right prize is going to the right place. Also make sure I write this down, so I already scrolled past it and didn't type in the information to have in there. So again, big update coming at the top of the hour. It's Warsaken embarks on the Set 2 era. I guess I set the stage for it, if nothing else. So if you're going to buy any packs from the Warsaken store and you were waiting, well, you got about 10 minutes and change left. You'll want to do that now. All right, so we'll send out the secret drone mission. say NashvilleLou Live prize. Today's date. This one won't have a floppy disk with it. I'm only doing that for the ones that are actual competition matches that I lose. I'm not going to spam somebody with the floppy disk might not be as funny the multiple times around. It's a nice little novelty to perhaps get a chuckle out of the first time. So I'm sending you that secret drone mission. We'll get it transferred over to you. We'll show it off live on stream. And for as much as I was trying to give myself a lot of extra time, time has a way of getting away from you sometimes with these broadcasts. Or from me, at least. Who might speak for others. All right, so it's sent. We'll go ahead and pull that up here on stream in just a moment. We'll show off the prize. And we'll say goodbye and await the start of the Set 2 era for Warsaken. Thanks to everybody who's taken the time to watch, to play, to live stream. And the best is yet to come. All right, so let me refresh the page here, which should show it going through. If it doesn't, there's a problem, but it does. So we'll pull it up here, show it off to everybody, and then we'll wrap it up. Information as far as anything new pack-wise would be in the Warsaken Discord. They had some list. I'm not sure. The short answer is I'm not sure what the plans are for packs with Set 2. But we'll find out here, well, hopefully soon enough. I mean, the top of the hour is less than 10 minutes away. I really did cut it close. My goodness. Lesson learned for next time. Again, if this was like a tournament, there's no way I'd want to cut it this close. So things I'm keeping in mind. So there it is. Congratulations. That very rare secret drone mission number 982. And even those very rare cards, you got that shine to it. You have the cloud cover, that peak of sunshine in the background. And in the foreground, that ominous, ever-present red light. So there it is, the secret drone mission. Congratulations. Anyway, that's a long way to answer your question there, Rexy. I just simply don't have the information in front of me. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Gabix. Thanks, everybody, for watching, taking part in this. And so tomorrow, that Blue Mint tournament, it'll be about this time tomorrow. Instead of saying goodbye, I'll be saying hello. Getting ready for that tournament, unveiling the tournament tree. And so that should be a lot of fun. Then 10 p.m. Eastern, if I'm out of the tournament, at least by that point, something very different. The AEW Fight Forever brand new console video game, which is a lot of fun and a lot of fun to live stream in a very different way. All right, so Custom TV is live with Warsaken. And they've done so much to help me out as far as with raids and give me some advice as far as how to do things with Twitch. And so I appreciate them greatly. And so I think we'll do a raid after I'll do my SIG and I'll say goodbye. Just hang with me for a second. We'll raid on in over there and check things out, what they've got going on with Warsaken. I guess now I can take the join down. I didn't really think about that part of it. Of course, now I can't even find it. Oh, there we go. See, all better. All right. Well, sorry to hear about your internet issues, Gavix. Hopefully we can play soon. For people that lost to me, we'll have chances to play soon. More fun is still ahead. So that's going to do it for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Thanks for watching. See you next time.